Episode 13. Let's go through the things we have achieved and then look at what we want to do next. And what I did between videos. Added the stacker, which was missing. I mean, it's no longer just spitting out the charcoal. You can even toss in something right here. It is producing volatiles, yeah. It's also something that changed here. We have two information now. We have the mixture, which is red, the fuel mixture, and in pink we have the volatiles, how full this is, as a percentage from 0 to 50,000 to 50 megapascals, because I don't want to go beyond that. So we're half full. Okay. Fuel mixture is fine. Still have to make the advanced alloys to make the hard suit and such. Yeah, this thing actually works very well. I did some spray painting and then I had to turn this thing on. As you remember, maybe, where is it? Here. This will just be a high pressure pipe, and so if there's pollution in there it will become liquid, but then it will just vent to the planet's atmosphere. I renamed this and also renamed it in the source code, so that works. Volatiles furnace. And added a little light here, because now if I open this is a problem. This room needs to be evacuated. Because once the... What? Nothing in there? Oh, it's already burning. Okay. Once the biomass goes into the arc furnace... Oh, you see here it's increasing. Once it does that, there will be volatiles excreted, but there will also be burning heat, or maybe a spark. I don't know really how this works, whether that's the heat or a spark. Anyway, if that mixes with the oxygen in the atmosphere, kaboom! We don't want that. Instead I want to harvest the volatiles, and I'm doing that. This goes into this thing, and filters out all the volatiles, go right down there into the pink tank, and that's not a think tank, a pink tank, and then the rest goes up there to the planet atmosphere. The chip that controls this entire part is in here, and if the filters are low... Oh, right, I still have my email program open. Let's kill that dead right quick. If the filters are low, this will open and close automatically to express that something's wrong. And once they are too low, really, the whole thing will shut off, and so the arc furnace will then also be turned off, because the pressure in this pipe will be too high, which is a secondary check. All of that in the chip. Anyway, so not off to a good start. Okay. Oh, why is this on? So that's our little garden here, which only uses potatoes to create biomass and also to replant the potatoes. That happens via this logic sorter here. Can I not see that this is the logic sorter? Yeah, well, it's renamed to L-sort seeds. It will sort the seeds to this side and the potatoes to this side, except every second potato will also go to this side, so that we certainly have enough on this side. I see we do. Let's just adjust it quickly so we get more biomass and we don't get an overflow of potatoes. Wait, am I in the right thing? No, I'm not. Harvey's, import. Da-da-da-da, potato toggle. So I will just remove all the potato toggle stuff here. CLID R0 and then put put D, okay, put directly into that device at address 0 what I decided here. Okay. Thank you and good night. Aha, my PCs all turn on and off when you get closer. So that's one thing I did. Now let's go move to the primary section. Yeah, I was mining. This is why this thing is still hot, because after mining I smelted, and I did so twice. You will notice that instead of a locker being in this place, now we have a room here, because I just had too much stuff, and now we have enough space. Nicely lit even, all automatic, like as per usual. So we have 1.5 kilograms of copper, only little nickel, little lead. Iron is fine with half a kilogram. Steel we have almost 2 kilograms. Hey wait, iron? Oops, I confused something. There's more iron than I thought. 500, 450, so let's do the thing with the stacker again. For those who haven't seen, my stacker here has 2 proximity sensors, so I'm standing here, it turns on and sets 20, over here it sets 500, and here it sets 100. Pretty convenient. Or I can do this here, when I'm furnacing. It will just be turned on and be set to 500 unconditionally, makes it more convenient for me. Not too much silver, but at least I found some. Yeah, those are our resources right now. No advanced alloys, lots of coal. And what's that? That's too bad there's no cyan color. That's really missing. And cyan coloring, spray paint and such doesn't exist. Yeah, cobalt. This thing is empty. That would be volatiles. Fuel mixture for smelting, definitely enough. Well, coal. Living rich, and all of this real, all from playthrough, no creative bullshit. So, let's continue here then. I just added a room here for an airlock. I was in the middle of things. Not sure where the rest of my parts are that I wanted to put here. Because in between I also did some debugging, so to speak, some testing. A Discord user told me something about the behavior of batteries, and I had to verify that, and indeed it is so. See, these batteries, the small ones, if you have them out in the cold, they discharge. Everybody knows that. When it's really cold. In here, they do not. The station batteries supposedly also discharge in the cold, but currently they do not. If you just put them out there under the Europa sky, and there's no atmospheric changes or something, it's just the outdoor atmosphere, they will not discharge. However, when you put them indoors at 20 degrees or whatever, they will discharge. Even if all cables are disconnected, even if they're turned off, they will discharge. That's certainly a bug. Okay, so over there I want to start a living section, you know, with a shower and a bed, and I also made the cryo tube a few episodes ago. I haven't yet used it. That's for healing. And automated oven I made, and the packaging machine. So let's go out here. Made some floors that we can walk over to our solar section, and now it's not just one battery or two or how many it was, now it's 6. And I put in some lights. And 2 or 3 more solar panels, or 4, something. Currently we're not getting anything, obviously it's night, and I once again remember to set the timescale to 0.06, which is 1/3 of 0.3, which would be the normal of Europa, so we have 5 times the daytime. That's why I have the plant lights on a custom timer. This is already prepared for more station batteries, so this can become the super power plant if necessary. So we're not getting anything. Wait, 200 watts? Yeah, that's because it's connected directly to the wind park. I could put a transformer in between this to separate these, or a switch or whatever. So the station would also be charged by this. Aha. Yeah, this dude is for evacuating the room in case there's something in here. For example, me using the jetpack. Because the sun will slowly heat up the room. But I don't know yet how to deal with that. It's one of the challenges of the future. Yeah, we get about 4,500 watts when the sun is staring at these things. And in the previous episode, number 12, I made a mistake, which I have now fixed. When it comes to the solars, they looked like they were pointing correctly at the sun, but they were not. Staring at them during the night, they were pointing at the ceiling. That's wrong, man. So that was flipped, and so I had to invert it. So I had to negate it. Basically, R0, you know, the vertical value, I had to invert that, turn it on its head, and not just on its head, but even rotate it slightly. So I'm just subtracting it from 90, so it is turned on its head, and it's also adjusted somewhat, and now they work properly. Little survey of the station. Yeah, finally I know which button is which when it comes to field of view increase and decrease. Why? I just changed them. Plus for me is now like telescope, it doesn't increase the field of view, instead it zooms in. It makes the thing on the screen bigger. That's a good association. Yeah, our advanced furnace. And I still have the plan of making some underground stuff here. There would be a stair down here, and part of the underground should be a room that is one high and will have an advanced furnace, and will always be very, very hot. So you have to go in there possibly with an advanced spacesuit, and will have a very heavy door, so it can have basically infinite pressure inside there. And well, it can just draw from this red stuff here, from the fuel supply. This will of course make the volume of that much larger, so we will need a lot of more resource to fill that to the 30 megapascals that I've decided for. We can see here 34% oxygen, 66% volatiles, or more precisely, yeah, it's not precisely 1/3 each, but it's good enough. And this I did by just using this thing as a pump, and this thing as a pump, and then measuring here and using IC10 to switch this pump on or that pump on or whatever. Works well. Okay, what shall be the first steps? I asked in the forums, apparently there is no way for a normal airlock like this one implemented via console to toggle it with IC10. There's apparently no way. So there's another thing I would like to do at some point, some kind of processing room. An IT room, you know, with lots of chips and such. I don't know if that really makes sense, but there's one thought. For example, I mean, since you can... let's see if that's a copyright thing. Yeah, probably. I'll be careful rather.
Hydration critical.
I mean, they're all copyrighted, of course, because copyright is on everything that you do, that you create. And it's right. I mean, imagine, you create something, you always have to just apply the golden rule, then you understand what's right and wrong. I mean, it's simple. The people just have to make the effort to get off their asses and their minds to have these thoughts. And then if you think you create something and it's beautiful and you put it out in the world, and thankfully we have these platforms where we can just show it around, then someone sees it and likes it or doesn't like it, whatever. The point is, someone else then takes it for their video. They gotta have your permission. And so you must have their permission. And I'm using this music without permission. But I have had the experience from the first time that I did this, that YouTube says, yeah, these are allowed to be on YouTube by the copyright owner, and then YouTube automatically slaps all the song titles underneath your video, which is cool, gives it nice decoration, even I think elevates it in value because it looks cooler. Yeah, but if there's a song where I think, oh, this is the first time this happened, Sade, you know? And I thought, oh, that's probably copyrighted. Yep, I had to mute that part of the video, at least the song. Thankfully, you can do that. Sometimes that doesn't work, so you have to mute the whole video in this part. But usually you can just mute that song after the fact. And this is not a copyright strike, it's just YouTube saying, dude, there's a problem here, fix it or don't, but the video is currently not visible. And also copyright strikes, they decay after 90 days, so I think 3 copyright strikes is subject to termination, but you know, if you wait for long enough, then it should decay. I've never had one. So we have here the idea of another section. Maybe I should just complete the airlock for now. Where are the electronic parts? Where did I put all that stuff? I wish I'd remember, but you know, just make new stuff. Electronic parts. I think we need 2 per fan, per vent. And here also my nice automated thing. The stacker turns on and turns off with the manufacturer automatically, and what's more, it even spits out what it has before it shuts down. Okay, let's connect them. Pretty sure I can't do that from here. Nope. Have to go outside. Need to have some power. This will be a new section. But how would I power the airlock? Guess I should get the power over there. I could of course charge these batteries also from my from what might become the main electricity factory over there. But then I would of course have to use transformers, because if you connect, I mean, a station battery draws as much electricity as it can get. So if you have a station battery and then you output to another station battery, the cable will die. Even this 100 kilowatts cable will just be killed, because more than 100 kilowatts will go over there easily when you do that to an empty station battery. Of course, you can have lots of these station batteries chained together, as long as the whole electricity pools down here in the lowest one, and then the next one flows into that, and this one flows into that. So they constantly do that, but I don't see why. Why would I do that? This works fine. This works well. No risk, reliable. And if I want to see what's in there, because I mean, this one's empty, this one's almost empty, this one's kind of, and so forth. What's my overall state? That's the overall state. Can be done easily. You just need 2 chips. One is a batch reader, which reads from all the station batteries the value ratio, and then you do whatever you want with that value. For example, you write it as a setting value here to the slider of the batteries. Here you can also see the same thing as a number. Here you can see the watts coming from one wind turbine, whose purpose is only to give us that information. So it's a dead-end cable here. For whatever reason, the value cannot be read directly from the wind turbine, even though it says so in the documentation. And that's what that looks like. Yeah, now you might be wondering, what's with that? Was that when I loaded the game or something? No. I intentionally create in the source code a spike. See, the source code reads from the wind turbine. Now behold. source code reads from the wind turbine and writes the value up here to a memory chip. And the memory chip has then been configured via the disk to this graph console to be read. And the value I write to the memory chip is under my control. And so when the time is right, which is almost every 30 seconds, for 2 game ticks, I will write the value of 250 to this. Because 250 has been, in my opinion, like the maximum value that is achieved by one wind turbine without storm. During a storm, that can be I800. And what I do then, indeed, I write this spike then will have a value of 800. The reason of this spike is that without it, the graph would currently be cutting off here at this level. So this would be at the top, diagonal line from the top down here. So it would be useless. I mean, like the wind is falling, but you would only see a diagonal line that just stays there the whole time. I want to see an objective value, one that is without, that is not relative but absolute, you know? So I just simulate that there has been this value. That's the purpose. It looks a bit ugly, but it gets the job done. And since there's no other solution for this, yeah, I think it's the best way. I'm doing the same here with whether the batteries are charging, except I'm not just writing the high value, but also the low value. Why am I writing it for 2 game ticks? Because this thing will read the current value from the memory chip. But when will it do that? Once I have written that value to the memory chip? No. Everything here works multi-threading, and you don't know which device will be executed first by the game simulation, so it might be, and I have observed that, this thing will not actually get this one spike. It will just not look at the thing when I'm writing this spike. It will just see that during the next game iteration, and then it's already gone. And so I just keep it up there for 2 game ticks, and pop, problem solved. Works every time. So here I also have to write a negative value to because this is the relative, you know. Currently we have this value, but in the previous game tick we had a different value of the overall station battery charge, and that is the very thing that's being shown here, the difference between the two. Here above 0 means that the new value minus the old value is a positive value, so the new value is higher. So that's what we're seeing here, the difference. Otherwise it will be below. So we can see what's happening here. And this thing, I was planning to do I was planning to do the same thing, but long term, the problem is the graph will still be scrolling to the left with the same speed, so I cannot control that. I hope that will later be possible. Rocketworks has plans of implementing Lua to Stationeers, and supposedly this will allow us to create arbitrary user interfaces, graphical user interfaces, probably also with interactive buttons and such, so we can finally realize our dreams of making maybe the L cars, which I never really liked, but okay, other people like it, Star Trek user interface graphics and such, or have maybe a graph at the left top, at the right there are some numbers, at the bottom there's a button, and then maybe it switches over to "Are you sure?" and then you have to click again. Things like that will probably be possible, is my understanding. So the future of Stationeers is bright, but it's still far ahead. This year we will probably get, no, most probably, it's really planned with certainty, get the landscape, the terrain overhaul. And yesterday, once again, the developers said that it will be a finite landscape instead of infinite, and it will be much more interesting, will be more diverse, you will have reason to travel. And my personal take is that then the rovers will make a comeback, which are currently not in the game. My understanding is that the main reason, or the only reason, I don't know, was that the landscape and the rovers were rather incompatible. The rovers were tipping over the whole time and so forth. And yeah, the new landscape will have much higher resolution. The voxels will be kind of like in Space Engineers, which have much higher resolution. Or am I saying that wrong? Space Engineers, or was it Astroneer? I think it was Space Engineers. Sorry if that's wrong. Sometimes I say something because I believe I know it, and then I realize in that moment, wait, am I certain enough? And then suddenly it cancels itself out, and I'm like, shit, I already said it. Well, anyway. Yeah, and then we will supposedly also be able to travel from world to world, not in space, but as in like teleportation. Like you're on your spaceship, and like they already had that in Stationeers. You build a rocket, you are in the cockpit, you're looking up into the sky, and then you see everything is being lit from the exhaust, from the fire behind you when you're taking off. I don't know if there was an animation of you taking off in the cockpit, but anyway, then you could basically start a new world with new equipment or the same equipment. I'm not sure how that worked, but this will then supposedly be an actual move from world to world. I don't know how this will work simulation-wise, because Lulan was removed. You know, that was a planet that people liked, not just because of the structures on it, but also due to its atmosphere and such. So I hope they bring that one back. I need more variation. Man, I've played this game so much, I want more variation. But on Lulan, you had basically exploded stations, like this one, but destroyed. And then you could harvest some parts. You would never know what you find. But these structures, they meant complexity for the world simulation. And they have now stated, no, it will definitely not come back. This is not what the game has been built for, to have so many structures out there, which will also be simulated with the world atmosphere interacting with them. This will not happen. That is certain. So forget it. So I wonder how that would be then when you change from world to world. Will the other world keep simulating? Probably not. Yeah, probably not, I guess. That would be my guess. That's the guess I'm having. I'm just telling you. I guess. Morning is dawning and will take its time, because 100 minutes daytime cycle, not just 20 minutes. And I guess I will, I mean, I've played this enough on vanilla. I mean, when I do a new, some teaching video, which I would like to do again, even though I don't know really what to talk about anymore. But I just like to do them, and they are well received. So it's like, hey, do some more of these. It's implicitly the statement, I don't know. Maybe it's also a question of, I mean, in principle, you enter the internet, you make an account, Twitter or whatever, and you're saying, hello, I'm there. Yesterday I cooked something. Here's a photo of the food I made. It's tasty and something. And then someone will come along and like it or not. And that is already the miracle. Because there are 8 billion people out there, 500 million at least of them using social media, posting stuff, I think. And who is supposed to read all that shit? So the reason that someone stumbles across your content in the first place is that nicely, these platforms have algorithms that make sure that new stuff is being seen, so that the accounts actually have a chance to get some exposure, and so forth and so on. And depending on how well an account is doing, YouTube will also rank these higher when it comes to suggestions to people, you know. When I make a teaching video and then this is well received, the reason is, one, I think that the people like it, and two, YouTube is showing it because it is new. Now, if I would make a new one, it would be new again, so YouTube would make sure that it is shown somewhere, maybe. The people would see it, then there would possibly be positive reactions, and shazam, you know, that's maybe why it would make sense to do that again. I know, I keep repeating myself, but so does the game, man. I need new stuff. But there's so many things I haven't done yet here. For example, the Harvey thing. That's new. I never did this before. Too bad the Harveys are bugged. And yesterday I saw that again. There was a Harvey, I was staring at its face, you know, when you click there you can make it plant a potato or just do whatever the next step would be. But it was saying you can't do whatever this would do now, it is busy. It is, that's when the activate value is true, when it's 1. That is when there was an endless loop going on, you know. I'm waiting for the Harvey until it's finished, so the mechanics do its thing, and then I would say, okay, what do I need to do now? I plant or I harvest, but that never finished, and so the other Harveys were also not doing anything. I can of course circumvent this. I could just say wait for like a while, and if then nothing's happening, then just return and do the next Harvey, which is the same thing that one would want to do maybe in Java programming, where you usually do synchronized on a lock, and then you wait until you have the thread, and then you can do something with the data, then you return, and sometimes that can lead to deadlocks if the program isn't done well. It's very hard to spot, very hard to test for, and there comes some complexity comes into play. It's very hard to debug. But anyway, then what you can do is you can lock your you can do a lock on some data for like some time but if during the time you haven't obtained the log, then you just give up and the program continues running. It's better than a deadlock. The deadlock I have here, and here I can implement the same thing. But I'd rather run into the deadlock and thus observe that the bug is happening than living under the delusion that it's not. So. Thirsty. Do you remember the movie star Kirstie Alley? Beautiful one. Of course, they all get old, and I'm sad for that, and I wish that wasn't so. Anyway, Kirstie Alley. I wonder if there's a porn star, Thirsty Alley. Nah. So. Sorry, not sorry. Now I need a power controller. Battery I already have. And how about drinking something? I mean, I'm so thirsty, my health is going down. And I wish this was expressed more. I keep saying that in my videos. I really wish it was expressed more. When I'm out there, naked, with no spacesuit, exposed to minus 150 degrees, then I have a computer voice telling me, it's cold. And then, low oxygen, because my lungs are taking so much damage that I cannot take in oxygen into my body anymore. And then, going unconscious. A computer voice is telling me that. Why are they not working on these primary things, on the primary experience more? Man, this would make the game more impactful. You know, I mean, I want to get some kind of, okay, let's show something, screen shake, what is it, help, yeah, that's what I meant, help, camera, that's the thing, camera shake, see, this thing happens when you impact something. So stuff like that is already in there, but where is like the bluish vignette and everything turning bluish if you're in the cold, very bitter cold, or when it's very hot, everything becoming reddish or even pinkish or something like that, so that you get some feeling of the experience. I mean, all we have that experience-wise is the visuals and the audio. The visuals are even two-dimensional. So I don't feel thirsty, I don't feel hungry, I don't feel pain, I don't feel impact, I don't feel vertigo, I don't feel acceleration, none of that. Nothing is happening like that. They should implement that. No, I'm kidding. But the thing is, see, they need to utilize this narrow interface tunnel that we have between the machine and us. They need to utilize this better. And I keep fucking saying this. Why don't they do this? Why the fuck don't they do this? I know that Rocketworks is stretched thin. Let me just read something to you. I haven't prepared this in Ops. Or maybe I could just do that quick. That's a new one. I haven't done this before. So add an image. Scroll down so you don't see it yet. Stationeers. Pick. Yeah, here we go. Copy as path. Yeah, some people don't know. If you click the right mouse button on a file, you get an option to copy the path to the clipboard. And you can paste this path. On Windows 10, by the way, it's Shift to right mouse button. It's the only option that is added to the menu. I don't know what the fuck they were smoking there for 5 years. The right mouse button on any object in Windows 10, or folder or file, right mouse button with Shift held down. Then you get an additional menu entry, which is to copy the path to clipboard. And if you copy a path, for example, from the Explorer window top for the address bar, or like I just described with the menu, and then you paste that into a file dialog, into the file name, then if it's only a folder, you will immediately browse there when you press enter, instead of like opening this or the file dialog getting closed. It's really awesome. It's really useful. Been doing this for decades. If it's a full path to a file, then that file will then be the one that you have selected for saving or opening. So that can save you a shit ton of time, you know. Anyway, so I just did this here. Let's edit this, browse to image, and here we go. Now let's be cool about it and say right mouse button on the entry in ops. The show transition shall be a Luma wipe. And I will change the timing to something slower, so that's nicer. Let's say 2. It's taking too long, huh? Yeah, sorry. And here we go. No, maybe I should like drag it up there. Now the Z order has been corrected, and here we go. Oh, it's too slow, huh? Can you read it? Can you read it? No, you can't. Haha. So here we see this was posted. Let's see when exactly was that posted. Today is the 10th. Yesterday was the 9th, and yesterday Rocket CEO said that was yesterday. So 2 days ago. This is the actual US dollars. I asked. He said, yeah, it is US dollars. These are the US dollars of revenue that came in 2 days ago for the games. Icarus $6,000 and Stationeers 1,100 and 1,200, and he said it was a really good day. So usually they have like 900. This is my take from past such utterings by him and examples that he gave. 800, 900, maybe 1,000 if you're lucky. So Stationeers in recent weeks has been doing a bit better, and this was though still a particularly good day. That's what's coming in, but that's barely, I mean, it's okay. It's not yet even financing the team working on it. Almost, I think. Well, that was my understanding yesterday. Almost financing that. So if you would get this up to like 2,000, please, if you could, then finally the game would be in the green, and the team would certainly be fucking celebrating. Finally, this love project of ours is viable. This thing is now a Rocketworks cornerstone. Not just, fame-wise, renowned. They are renowned for that and so forth. But also now they're making money from that. Please if you know someone who doesn't know Stationeers yet, tell them about this game. Because, I mean, this is beyond the gaming that we know these days. I mean, it's hard to get into, but I mean, everybody who does get into the game loves it. So please make the lives of the people who would possibly love it better by trying to get them into the game. Show them the game. Show them some teaching videos. They don't have to be mine, okay? I mean, I don't care really. I mean, I care very slightly, but there are priorities, and my priorities are correct. Therefore, use whatever video and trailer you want. I have some teaching videos, even some short ones. One is 10 minutes only, which tells you press Alt for this, place some foundations down and so forth. Really quick. This is in my playlist. I have like 10 or so playlists, so it's easy to find. I have a playlist with fast onboarding, and there are 2 or 3 little videos in there. Maybe I will think of putting these links in the description. So one is only 10 minutes, and 10 minutes is not too fucking long, man. It's real time. I'm starting a new world, I'm next to the lander, and at the end of the video I'm in the station, I'm breathing the station air. Okay, all real time explaining. You have to press Alt, you have to press scroll mouse wheel, this is a kit, this is a door, and so forth. All of that explained. Cable joining, all of that in there, 10 minutes. That, I mean, getting into the game is hard at the beginning, but once you have that key knowledge, it will be easy for you to at least try yourself. And also the tutorials of Stationeers are really good. They are well done. You have to roll back to pre-phase change with Steam, but it's just a few clicks. And then you play those, and then return to the current version. All of that is not too much asked. So please get other people into the game, help them, aid them. You are helping all of us. You are helping yourself if you're a Stationeer fan, because the better this game gets finance-wise and the amount of people playing it, the better your experience will ultimately be. As if you need such a reason. I mean, do you not love the game enough to just give instead of also having to get something out of it? But you will have both, so please do so. Anyway, where was I? I don't know, I'm in the station. What am I doing?
The vibe is what you bring with you, and fruit salad will help make that vibe even better.
Yeah, like I said, I also made a trailer. It's 6 minutes long. The last 1.5-ish minutes or last 2 minutes are just the original official current Stationeers trailers, and someone already complained, there's no rovers in the game, or maybe they just wanted to warn the people who were watching that so that they would be misinformed. I don't know what the purpose was. It was without context, you know, and then you can interpret all kinds of tone. Doesn't matter really, the point is he's right, or she, whatever. But why is Rocketworks then not removing that? Are they too fucking lazy? Oh.
Suit damage.
Oh, what's happening? But the reason is that, I mean, I don't know, I didn't ask them, but the reason would be that they're focusing their efforts. So if they, for example, know there are bugs with the landscape, with the terrain system, and there are, but they're going to exchange the terrain system, why should they waste time on fixing this now, when in half a year we will have a new one that won't have that problem, or will possibly have other problems, but certainly not these ones, which then have been fixed for no reason. Other than, well, we are enough of a reason, I guess, but we are also enough of a reason for them to keep going, and they themselves also, they love this game, of course. But, you know, you have to pick your battles. So, where was I? I don't know, I was so rudely interrupted by this thing. Too bad you can't place them here in the air without building a wall first. I mean, I've cheated, but this doesn't look like cheating. They can be here, you know, they're held up by the thick cables, kinda works. The sun is about to boot up. Yeah, I wanted to get the battery. That's the one. This flashing of the sun right now is much faster on normal day scale, but it's still happening. That needs to be fixed though, because that's not optional. That's not one thing that they will replace eventually. Let's say they would put the rover in again at some point. Why should they then waste time on telling the people that there's no rover in the game by changing the stuff on the store page? See, the store page is showing you things that will be and things that are, and it's early access, and that's what you have to live with. Now, you could say the same about other games, and with other games, then I agree that, oh man, that's shit. What are you doing, and so forth. So why am I different here? Am I biased? Yes. But the reason that I'm biased has good reasoning behind it. This game is fucking awesome. And it is a valuable piece of cultural good that has been achieved here, which should get financial support by some government stuffs. I don't know how this works, but I know there are prizes like that are being given to games, and also funding. This game is one of those that should get the funding, because this is furthering gaming as a medium. It does. It absolutely does. So it has been overlooked, I think. And yeah, well, anyway. So the rovers will then possibly coming back, but how did I get there? With the landscape? Forget it. So we have power here, but this has not yet been powered by a cable. Let's get some power in this bitch from here then, maybe? Yeah, let's use the outdoor cable. It's a bit ridiculous, but then at least I know where that is going. Some consistency isn't wrong. Yeah, well, people keep saying there should be a zoop command to make a cable from A to B. And when I'm building small scale in the station, I think, what are they talking about? Why is that necessary? But there are situations, I mean, I always build small stations, but now I'm finally expanding a bit, where this is warranted, and yeah, that should be in there, I guess. And I need more cables. Good thing I have more cables. And this is also how you should approach generally problem solving, you know? You have an is, as in that's the is situation, that's the current situation. And you want to go somewhere, you want to reach something. This is now rather literally trying to reach something, but in principle you're having a fantasy of the future. That future, that fantasy shall become reality. For that, you need to change the is that we have into the ought that you have in mind. And this means that you have to well, you have to change the situation. But you can also use a bridge building approach, where what am I saying? Where you can kind of start. Let's say this. Yeah. Sometimes you have an outcome in mind that is precise, a clear outcome of what. Clear result. Even if that's not yet real, but you have a clear result in mind. But then you can build a bridge, like I just did. You know by what the end result will be. They can work yourself backwards a bit, forwards a bit. You can build a bridge. And if there is no end result yet that you can clearly imagine, then you have to slowly build yourself towards it. This is a bit harder, because then your compass of building in a direction might be way off. But, you know, like when I keep talking about abstraction, how you can abstract the universe when you climb up in the pyramid of abstractions of reality, which I've explained a few times, when you observe individual events and then abstract, basically, hey, look, there's a wind turbine thingy here. Oh, that thing looks similar. Oh, that's the same kind of thing, right? Oh, now I know what this kind of thing is. There can be multiple and so forth. This is not a stupid example because they're all the same. But if these were cars, they would be different. At some point you have seen enough and then you would understand what a car is. And then you would be above this forest and you would see the entire forest, even though you don't have to know each individual tree. So if one would come along that fits the set, then you would be able to spot it because you understand the set. In this way you can climb higher in reality and understand sets. But sets themselves are once again also like individual instances. You will observe a set and you will observe another set and another set, like I am just doing, you know, by explaining, or like I did before and now I'm explaining it. When I observe, okay, I'm understanding this, now I'm above the forest, now I understand this. This also happens to other sets. And so now we have understood how that generally happens, which means that we have understood, let's say this thing is a set, and this thing is also a set. So now we are even above the concept of sets. We have understood what a set is. I mean, to really understand the meaning of a thing, I guess you have to understand the set that it stands for. I guess that's generally what it means. And we all have a word that says existence, and that refers to the entire cosmos. But we don't know what that is. Existence, because we haven't properly abstracted that yet. We don't know yet what the cosmos is, or if there's even something beyond. I'm not gonna go there. But, you know, and in the same way, when you have a project, when you want to achieve something, then you're doing the opposite. Then you're basically God, the creator of the universe, and you're starting with the first step. What must be the first step to achieve the desired outcome? And the first step into the system is the most important one, just like climbing higher and higher from the hierarchy of sets gets harder and harder and harder. In this way, because it matters more, it's more all-encompassing. In this way, when you climb into this thing from above, when you're starting your project, the first steps are the most important ones because they define whatever else can emerge on the steps further down into the pyramid, you know. So when you're not having the bridge capability like here, where it's relatively easy, but you have to build in a vacuum, then you must make sure that your first steps. And this here seems like it's just a metaphor, but this actually applied here too, literally, because you know, from where would I start my cabling and so forth. See, that happens, and you should try to understand this and accept that it's true and apply it, because it will make you more successful, will make your life easier. I mean, the truth always makes your life easier if you're compatible with it. And the more compatible you are with the truth, of course, the more you will be willing to accept the things I just told you, which are also the truth and are dealing with the truth on a high abstraction level. Therefore, they are even more true than other things. Okay, that's not a good way to phrase it. More true? They're just equally true. There's a little rock lying there, would be true, or the stuff I explained about the hierarchy of sets is true. But the rock is just an individual instance. It's a low-level thing. But what I explained about the hierarchy of sets and how that works is a very high-level thing, higher at the top of the pyramid. And so it has more impact. And the closer you are at the top of the pyramid, the harder it is for you to understand things, because you need to be more compatible with the truth, which I obviously are. Therefore, I can grasp such concepts and also explain them. But the more compatible your mind is with the truth, the more easily you will be able to accept and understand these things on your own, and also to implement them. And if what I just told you about these things is not so much your thing, and you even feel turned off by that, then this is you showing the emotional reaction to being touched by the truth while being incompatible with it. You are the one wrong then, and you need to work on yourself. Do that. Thank you. Okay, now we have power there. Make the world a better place. See, one of the reasons that I believe that we are so fucked up as a species is not just because definitely the people are not working on themselves enough. Let me make that less busy because I'm talking so much. We have heard that one before. But it's a nice track, so let's fucking play it anyway. So, is that people are not working on themselves enough? That's certainly a thing.
Hunger, caution.
But one of the reasons that we are so fucked up as a species is, well, something I keep talking about, that maybe I will actually do the whole thing again this time. It's important, man. It's important, and it's important, and it's also important. Okay? Grasp it. So, okay, we want to live, and we don't want to suffer. We happen to embody a human being, a human body. That's what we are. We are human beings. So we need air, we need warmth, we need food, and some of us also need social interactions. I think that's ultimately not really necessary. That is a matter of you being impure. Ultimately, you should have achieved non-attachment, so that someone, for example, who would be in a relationship with you and would leave you, wouldn't feel in bondage by you, because they know if they leave you, they will harm you deeply. But they have to make the decision anyway. But maybe they won't make it, even though they are suffering and don't want this anymore. But if you live non-attachment, then if someone leaves you, okay, life goes on. Next chapter. That is how you can play this. And yes, this is not empty talk. Okay? This is real. And see, that's what we have to achieve as a species also. Not that nothing matters. Oh, my mother died, whatever will I do? Non-attachment in that regard also means that you can move on instead of crying your ass off. I know this sounds cold, robotish, but this is just the outside perspective of someone who hasn't yet experienced it. It's like when I'm trying to talk about stationeers to you. You know, and you don't know anything about it. Oh, but did you did the thing? When I'm throwing like 10 concepts at you, and now you have to click this button, you don't understand anything, and then you might ultimately show the possibly emotion-based reaction. I mean, ultimately, my understanding is that will and emotion are the same thing. So if your emotion is kind of a negative, then your will that will extrapolate into a larger scale, which is then the thing that people would call will, even though my understanding is that emotion already is will. It's just the smallest scale of it. So that you can then say, this is bad, this is stupid, because the foundation of that will that was just expressed is just the emotion of, I don't understand, this is too hard, and you're not truthful enough or not self-reflecting enough to realize that your judgment, this is the shit game, is one that was stemmed just from you not understanding it. And now when I talk about this stuff of non-attachment, then I'm also talking about something that's really foreign to most people, and so they will also think, what the fuck is this shit? Because they don't understand what I'm really talking about. But now let's return to the topic, which should be stationeers, but sorry, is something else right now. Which is we as a species want to coexist properly, and we should not be a burden upon each other. And ultimately this means we should implement the golden rule, which is don't hit someone else in the face, because that's not what you want for yourself either. And similar things. And of course, as a species, we are becoming more aware. Not just our minds are more evolved, but also we are informationally more evolved, as in we understand the world better, we see more, and so we see ourselves more clearly. So these days people are maybe more likely to say, well, this relationship isn't working for me because too often my will is being suppressed, too often I am unfree, instead of just being subdued by all the things attached. Like, now you have to find a new mate, the other one is going to be sad, I have to move out, and when you have the talk, then maybe things work for a while again and then they don't, and maybe you might be confused by the energy of the situation to that everything is kind of working when it isn't. We are more aware of what we want and what we don't want, and so these days we also have to take more care than back then. We would just hit someone else over the head, or not, with a club in the caves when we just wanted something. And then we realize, oops, that's not what I want for myself, so let's not do that to the other guy either, you know. But these days, that's a more refined thing, so it's a deeper task to fulfill, and we are exploring our emotional needs at an exponential pace, and then we're making judgments like, no one in the internet shall ever refer to me as she, for I am now a he. I'm saying, well, in direct interactions, that I think maybe should apply. I don't want to go too deeply into that, because it's definitely a minefield. But I'm just trying, maybe that was a stupid example also. I mean, I just whipped that up from scratch and wasn't wise. So let's just take a general example of someone is doing something that you don't like, and then you emotionally object to that, but that's the way it is. I mean, there's this conflict with Israel and Palestine, and people might dislike that, and then effectively they are casting the will at the world, though the will ignores it because it's just in your head. The will at the world, this shall not be this way. In a way, you could say, Israel, Palestine, you're doing it wrong. You're making me emotionally suffer this situation. Stop doing that. in a way, that's what it is, isn't it? Maybe we should bring this whole Israel and Palestine thing, maybe they should play that, not with bombs, but on Twitter. Because then the whole crowd would come along and say, you can't say that. And then we would be fine. Like these days, where everything is being censored, no one can say anything anymore. It's wrong. Anyway. So we have to be more refined when it comes to inflicting our will upon the world, because implementing the golden rule has become more tricky. Oops, what was that? I hit a button. Inflicting will, golden rule. And my understanding is that the golden rule is insufficient. The golden rule is not the way to coexist. We have to take it one step further, and that one step further is mutual submission. As in, I submit to you, and I do. And I submit to you also. And me submitting to everybody in the world equally ultimately leads to some balanced out self, which is functional, even though the respect that I have towards the other is just the respect that I have towards myself, which is 100% and total and absolute. You know? And that's what everybody has to have towards each other, and this is probably a hard pill to swallow once again from the emotion perspective, because maybe subconsciously you feel that is a long path ahead of you still towards that, and then you will abhor the idea, or will think, man, stop rambling, play the fucking game, or you will have downvoted this and move on, or something. But I mean, the truth should be, you should realize that sometimes you feel emotionally negative about a thing because of yourself. And then you should at least not act upon it. But if you're wise, start working on it. So now, where did I want to go with the golden rule and there will be done thing? Yeah, but one of the thing, what I think I have come to the realization that probably one of the reasons that we are so fucked up as a species is the following, as a civilization, is the following. When we have legislation, that is us being ruled, that's someone telling you do that or don't do that. That is often violating your emotion. Now, I'm not saying that's a wrong approach. Maybe during this stage of human civilization's becoming, which is a process of becoming, and it will reach an endpoint. I'm convinced of that. And that point will be when we will treat each other metaphorically as if everybody is the Lord, Creator, God Himself. Because we will also see ourselves as that, on that level at least. This is not a theistic statement. This is a metaphorical statement of scales, of what would 100% look like. That is what I'm saying. And when we do that, then I think no one will, for example, really need a password, even though we should reasonably do so still. But we don't really need one because I mean, we will have a password like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe, because there being a password expresses your will is that no one shall get into their data. Someone sees that and thinks, oh, they don't want that, so I will not do it. That is the world that I am convinced we will live in, where everybody will adhere to each other's will unconditionally. That is what's ahead, is my deep conviction. Anyway, why we are so fucked up as a species is that this form that is given to our coexistence flow via legislation or via YouTube and other platforms inflicting their rules upon us with measures that just manifest in our face, is that this is often a violation of thy will be done. Instead of letting it play out, casting a thy will be done at each other unconditionally, letting it flow into a balanced equality and so forth, we are being forced. Now, like I said, this is not necessarily wrong to do at this stage, but maybe it needs to be balanced out with the process of this whole unfolding of our collectiveness. And so maybe this whole law and rule thing needs to be scaled back accordingly somewhat, so that we can come to our own conclusions, which should then be the correct ones, you know? Should be a good conclusion instead of bad ones. I don't know how I arrived there, probably we were playing Stationeers, so let's return to that then. Is there a door yet? There is a door, it's not yet powered, now it is. We can turn this on, I don't wanna. We need an airlock console and a gas sensor and some piece of glass. Do I have glass here? I do not. And a gas sensor. I played multiplayer on this game about let's say almost half a year ago, so it's a long time, and that was one of my first experiences on the server. It was pretty awesome. I also played it a few times after, so I have more experience than that. Anyway, and I was, of course, I started, of course, with my starting gear, and then my oxygen was getting lower and lower, and I had to do something about it. And I don't know exactly how it went down, but I placed a filtration device, and then some pipes, and I made a canister holder. That was the assembly that I was building to get some oxygen filtered out of, I don't know what exactly it was. Maybe it was waste canisters of other people who were lying there dead, and I wanted to get the oxygen, you know? And I mean, that's how it went down. But ultimately I could only survive because there was someone else who helped me do that thing and find some canisters and so forth, so that was great to play that stuff together, you know, the mutual survival thing and so forth. Then also at some point, I mean, I had no more oxygen, but they still had some, so they gave me theirs, you know, and then it was a situation like, your gas is as good as mine. So yeah, long setup, little payoff. Where is that? Here we go. Q Brundlefly, give me a disc. Oh, right. Which is which? I haven't yet defined that at all. Let's leave that in there. No, let's not. No, let's not. The thing that I need sometimes, let's take it with. Or I will need it sometimes. So, what happens here? That is up there, down there. The pipe could go in here. Or should I use the upper one? This one's better. Insulated pipe, insulated passive vent. And that, well, I don't have the other section yet, but once I have, exactly, once I have. Until then, just a simple pipe with a, oh, no, it needs to be 2 pipes, because I have this heavy cable there. Okay. Let's see what the Harveys are doing. There's some pipes over there. Okay. Do we have something in our centrifuge? 8 biomass. I'm pretty sure at the beginning of this video we had 0. Now we have 8. Well, this... Or was this my first recording attempt? You know, every time I start one and then I start talking and then I toss it out after like 1 minute or so, because somehow the onset, that's wrong. And then maybe I flipped this and or I didn't. So we would have 8 more now, if that was so. Pipes. Pipe cowl, okay, nice. Insulated pipes, not that many, let's say half. I can also just use the insulated pipe for the other thing. Then I need a passive vent. Okay. That should really be automatic by now. But I haven't yet made the advanced alloys. I need more nickel. Nickel was hard to find. Right. Passive vent. The difference between the passive vent and the insulated passive vent requires some... Well, I could now give you the data point, like this is the car, I can describe the car to you, or we just elevate ourselves and look down at the forest. And the forest is as such. Is as follows. If an item, if a structure has atmosphere, then such considerations come into play. If it doesn't, then they don't. The active vent is just a pump. It doesn't have a volume. But this thing has a volume, and so atmosphere can be in it. And so, since it sticks out of the wall, it will transfer thermal energy. between the planet and this thing. Is actually so, yes. And the same with the pipe. That is why I have to use an insulated pipe when it's right at the wall, which is on the outside. Could have used the airlock already now. Yeah, I once tossed a disc on a Venus playthrough attempt. Man, Venus is still... Don't dare to do the thing. Pathetic. Yes. So that's the large power vent exterior. Cannot interact as it is currently locked. Exterior. Exterior, alright. Now the door, exterior, interior, okay, we're done. Toggle airlock. Turn off because 50 watts saved and we don't need it. Only when my suit's leaking. And then the airlock will try to evacuate but can't because I'm constantly refilling. Then you have to turn this thing on quickly and click cancel. Okay, now that this has been done, let's lay out some section over there. The living quarters. But something else also. Yes, I was talking about possibly having a logic room. See, if I could implement a cool airlock, a cool, nice, fast airlock, that would also be toggleable by external means. I mean, I would implement it in IC10. Then I could do that one time, and if I optimize that, if I optimize the way it is implemented, then all my airlocks will benefit right away. That would be cool. I don't have that yet, because not only do I build my airlocks always like this, except for... I mean, I made this airlock here, for which I have a video up, which has 4 sides, and it's pretty fast. And it properly separates the atmosphere, so that's all tested, tried and true, it works. And I did this with IC10, and with, obviously I have the hard suit here. Look how fast that is. Man, I want that thing. So here's a large powered vent, and here's a large powered vent. See, there's only one large powered vent in here. One, not two. This one blows, and it sucks. Can do both things. The IC10 makes it possible. And this is the volume that I have in between. Needn't be this large, I guess, and so forth and so on. So if you look at this one, well, if this would be programmed with IC10 also, in an awesome-ish way, we could possibly also just only have one active vent, or I don't know exactly, but anyway, and then we could also repressurize. Currently I'm still repressurizing just by letting the air flow in, explosive decompression, you know. Also with the other airlock I just showed you in the other Europa world. But I could... Yes, I set the timescale correctly. I could... Well, I could do that then, since I have 2 vents, you know. I have one on the outside, on the inside, pump in the opposite direction then, no problem. Yeah, this is what I just claimed in the other, the little excerpt. I was mistaken. I thought mistake which led to a speech crime. Haha. And so, you know, the thing would be to have like a calculation center or whatever. A large center where I could then have all my chips, and there would be that one dedicated purpose. A room with a dedicated purpose. Wouldn't that be something for a change, right? I mean, look at this motherfucking shit here. We have manufacturing, we have smelting, we have the kitchen, we have hydroponics, we have... Okay, the cooling doesn't count. We have shredding and recycling, all of that we have in here. That should at least be outside in the corridor or something, you know? I mean, of course, I could rearrange things around here a bit. For example, I could just start redesigning this in a way that there would be a wall here and an airlock or whatever, and so forth and so on. Also, yeah, if I would have this central airlock thing, which I only need to program once, and then I let it run on whatever many devices, somehow, I mean, it's possible. I would have to find a way. That's certainly possible with Stationeers. Then I could also make it so that it is toggled externally. For example, I walk into it, and then it will just toggle automatically. I mean, this seems like it's not really necessary. You can just click here. However, it's a pretty awesome thing to have. Here on my moon world, I have one that I made with IC10. Let's see how fast that is. You can basically just walk through, man. And the automatism makes it even smoother. And no, it doesn't lose atmosphere. 100%. You can still also toggle it while you're inside. No problem. So that would be a pretty awesome thing to have, like, everywhere. Just walk in and walk through, and then I could have airlocks separating my individual station sections, because then it wouldn't be a bother to walk through them. So that would be what? A game changer. I have never done that before. See, I've done the simple things, but the complex things I have not done. And whose fault is that? Well, mine, obviously. And so maybe I haven't milked like 1/10 out of what Stationeers has so far, and it's still early access. So let's do the more sophisticated things then, shall we? Okay, let's make a room that is... or let's make a section that has rooms. A section that has rooms. Well, if there would be some kind of calculation center thingy, that would have to be protected, because if something bad happens, if that goes down, the entire complex goes down. That must not be. I would say that room over there looks very cool. Let's make the very same room again on the opposite side with one gap, and then we can like look over there and see all the chips and shit. I mean, no shit, but chips, but it sounded similar, and so I also pronounced it. Why did you say that? I don't know why I say things. See, you have seen Matrix, of course. Matrix 2 hopefully also, and 3 also. Obviously number 1 is super awesome, and if it would have stood alone, that would have been good. And maybe it's not such a good thing that we have the other two films also, because I mean, this opens up the first film necessarily, because now we know there's more. But on the other hand, and that's basically my personal position, since I like to enjoy things, and I enjoyed Matrix 2 and 3 also, therefore I can enjoy more now, and so forth. So in Matrix 2, the Merovingian, was it in 2 or was it in 3? I think it was in 2. The Merovingian said to Neo, we are completely out of control. That's the truth, and I think that is the truth. We are completely out of control. Because ultimately, our will is not some logical determination of what to do next. I mean, how would you go about and start your mental processing circuit that asks the question whether the next thing you will do is the right thing to do, or is the thing you actually want to do, and so forth? How do you choose to make that happen? How do you manifest that kind of molecular change that is now running through your brain? How is that happening? Because emotion. I'm not saying emotion is something beyond physics. I'm saying that emotions are foundation of what you are. That is what I'm saying. And so when we think, when you, for example, want to punch someone in the face because they wronged you, or maybe they wronged you sufficiently to do such a thing, but then you think of all the consequences that might come to you, or you don't want to do it because you think it is maybe too much still, maybe not punch-worthy. There are punch-worthy things, I'm not saying there aren't, absolutely. Yeah, and this is not me glorifying violence, this is me just being truthful, and if you don't like it, fuck off. And then you might then think, this is not the right thing to do. So emotion says this, and then your logic says another thing. And you might think then, no, we are not ultimately emotion, we are these decision circuits. That, like these decision-making circuits within us, that's the primary thing we are. The emotion is also a thing that we have. Maybe that's the core of our being, but it's, you know. But my opinion is that your goal must be to incorporate those things that you're convinced are right, or are wrong, as in you don't want to do those, into that emotion flow at the heart of yourself. And this is also something that I'm pretty sure that many adolescents ask themselves when they like want to get laid and such. How do I approach this? How can I be? I mean, when you, I don't know how you view me. I have no clue, but I assume that there's maybe at least in the office that's probably the case because they have experienced me for a long time. There's probably sometimes some kind of notion going on like, how do you become this solid? How do you become this much of a person? And it's a long journey, but the concept that I've analyzed at length and understood, and is really what it is to incorporate the concepts that you would have in your head of how to behave into that solid flow of yourself. And that's a gradual, slow process. The more you do that, the more you will just want the right things and will not want the wrong things. It will just be what you want instead of being some kind of voice in your head that comes from the outside, which is not from the outside. It's just external from your emotion. For the emotion is the core, and these thoughts are rather extrapolations. They're like tentacles with which you're reaching into the world, or rather with which you're reaching from your little throne into the lower realms of your brain, where your decisions take place, where you would punch someone or not punch someone. You're not there yet, but you can reach there by means of these thought processes. But what if you could reach there by just being there? You can. It takes a long fucking time, but you can. I can tell you that proper food helps absolutely with that, because, for example, I have made the observation, I'm rather sure of that, when I drink, for example, Coca-Cola and other garbage like that, of course you should drink water, period, then orange juice and such, that works also, I guess, but there's still a lot of calories in there and sugar, and you have to consider that. It's not wrong. But I mean, Coca-Cola and Sprite and all of that, which I loved to drink and drank tons of as a child, and maybe that was my big mistake, because I have trouble with all those processes in my head. Can I do this? Can I do that? How will I approach the situation? And then I was trying to think up what would be the right action now, and then I would be doing it, but this is not you being in touch, being in flow with the situation. I mean, there's a saying, read the room. This is not exactly this, but it is related. I mean, if you read the room properly and incorporate that, then you will just flow with the room and do the right thing. Or the room will consider you even be the right thing and flow with you. That is how far this can go. Yes, it can. But see, you can go there, you can get there by slowly growing your emotion and just extending your tentacles further and further by means of eating imbalanced food. For example, I eat pizza every day. I just, good pizza, it's good stuff, but I only drink water. So I'm not saying you have to be on a diet. That's not what I'm saying at all. Even though my diet is I only eat once a day instead of 3 times a day. I've been doing that for 17 years, has served me well. It's great, because I have realized when I eat something, afterwards I'm like, like that's completely, my mind is numbed. It's not a bad state to be in, I love to be in that state after work. I don't eat in the morning, I eat after work, and then I also drink. I also don't drink during the day, because there's also ingestion. I just want to be strict about that. So then I drink my 2 liters over the course of a few hours when I get home, and I also eat a ginormous pizza or 2 not so ginormous ones, so I get my filling, and it's a blessing, it's a blast. And then I watch some film and enjoy that, and then I chill a bit, and then my engine starts up again doing stuff. I've detected that the further I am from a meal, the more my engine is running detached from my body. Like I'm not so influenced by it. That, I believe, is also... See, I said in the second to previous video that I suspect that an action that you maybe should not take is hardest to not take emotionally or intellectually. Like you can basically not resist taking it, even though you kind of know that it's wrong, when it is most important not to do it. Because then when you actually manage to not do it, something will happen. Something that is beyond just your mind. And I suspect the same thing happens in regards to hunger. When your body is telling you, dude, you need to eat something now, which of course at some point you should reasonably do, I believe that is you having the chance of elevating yourself to become not the slave of the body, not just one with the body, not just a flesh being, but to be the mind, the supreme mind that inhabits a body. instead of just the body that is being controlled by whatever you are, or rather you being controlled by the body. So that these moments when you think, now I really have to eat something, are moments when you should maybe just not do it. Sorry if that is a bad advice. Don't take it as advice. I'm just telling you of my experience. Because I've gotten used to it. I don't have hunger. It's not like during work I think, oh, when can I get home so I can eat something. I have totally grown accustomed to this. I mean, for 70 years, it's not a surprise then. 17, not 70. That's not how old I am yet. And it has served me well. I have no problems. And I do experience in my mind is free to act, and more lively so the further I get from a meal. You know, and then I submerge it once again in the body, and you know, maybe that's a wrong approach. Maybe that's not for you. Maybe it's even bad for me. But I haven't detected it yet. In 17 years, I should have fucking found out, man. And do I strike you as a sick man to once again, channel what's the word? Channel the fly. So are you a Brundlefly? No, I'm not fucking Brundlefly. I can't teleport yet. So a section over there maybe, which would be similar. Right, I needed steel sheets. Did I just come in through the other airlock again? Lol. Okay, that's that. How do we continue from here? Yeah, see, so food is important in regards to what your mind will do. And so if you eat okayish food and make sure that you don't drink that crap that they keep selling you, that they mass produce at a dime and sell you for $1, that has been infesting and polluting the world for decades, don't drink that shit. Don't drink Coca-Cola. Don't drink Pepsi. Don't drink Sprite. Don't drink all that other shit. I have been drinking that a lot, and I did have way many more thoughts than I should have had in my head. See, sometimes you look at other people at an age of 15 or 16 or 20 even, I mean their age, and you wonder, how can they be this much of a person? How do they just do? How do they just smile at you and mean it? How can they just act freely? How can they stand up there on the stage and talk to the people and just do their thing? How does that work? I want to achieve that. How can I be a person? How can I be that? And I just told you. The trick is to not get lost in the labyrinth of thought, which wrong chemistry will make happen. And also to, well, another thing is skepticism. You have beliefs in your head. Certainly, if you can dispel a belief, you should do so. Maybe not as an extremist thing, it should be in balance with the rest of your information matrix. Let me explain it like this. Okay, as a baby, how do I reach these kids? As a baby, we will have a very rough resolution in our minds, like a mosaic, you know? Maybe I can I actually add a filter to the Stationeers just now? Let's see. Filters. Effect filters. Noise gate limiter, polarity gain expander. Band equalizer? No, I mean the effect filters. Add sharpen, crop, color. Is that not like making it more rough? That's not in there. Huh. That is something missing then, man. I think. Hey, we can sharpen it? That's funny. Let's put some sharpener in there. And overblow it completely. Can you see that? Oh yeah, you can see. Boy, does that look unappetizing, doesn't it? Yeah, Ops Studio. Free software can do that in real time. And if you want to cut your videos, you can do that also with free software. Very sophisticated, well-done software on par, if not better, than Adobe After Effects. And that is called DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve. That is what I use version 18. Not the don't download the beta, the free beta. Nope, don't. That I tried that. It's shit. The moment I try to open the file dialog with which I can then export the rendered video, it will just crash. Don't do it. Use the release version. I mean, maybe the current beta, I mean, as of right now, maybe there's a new one, will not have that problem. But I don't know. And I suggest, I mean, they apparently sometimes upload betas which are complete bullshit. So don't start with that. Just don't do it. The release though, the 18, currently out, free version, is very high quality stuff. You can do all kinds of things. For example, you can also do motion tracking. I can record this video and then I can make sure that this point here, even a plane, 3D tracking with including the distortion and everything, and then you can put some text on screen which will then stick with that and will also distort in 3D. It's all in there. And it doesn't cost you anything. All you have to do is download and install. Well, actually, when you download it, they ask you who you are and where you live and stuff like that. It's just in one form, but they don't ask you for your credit card information or such a thing. So yeah, just tell them the truth because they deserve it when they give you that for free, and then enjoy the motherfucking show. Yeah. If you're not familiar with something on the level of After Effects and such, then maybe don't give them the true information because then you would probably not actually be using that software. Because it's not easy to use. But there are tutorial videos out there which are helpful. And for example, today I watched one about this tracking. Very helpful. It means you just have to go there. So I want to get into this room by means of getting there, which is implicit. Right from the airlock? No. Let there be a little antechamber. Hey, that will have the same size then. Well, then let's not make it the same size. Let's make it smaller. Little antechamber, maybe for the suit holder or whatever, I don't know yet. That would probably take a bit more space. And then we go over here into our IT center, which is a bit small maybe, or is it? I mean, what does it need? Should there be a station battery in here to buffer that? Let's make it a 4x4. And also, when we're over here, we want to be able to... There will be a straight corridor from here also. And I don't know where exactly that will lead. But here to the left, maybe there should be some kind of habitat thingy. And then I'm out of RAMs. Oh, there are more frames. Hello. And no steel sheets. Yeah, that would be a bit rough to make all the sheets, but I think it's not too fast. Let's print some IC10s. Oh. Yeah, that was not my intention. What was it? Oh, that worked? Never mind. Did I just spot that I also need solder?
Hunger critical.
Solder and gold also, okay. Do I even have gold? Well, yep. Here shall be the showers. Around it, maybe some infrastructure. Wait, what? Beep. Stop. Music change. I'm going nuclear. Huh. Would be good if I had a stacker up there to do that, but I don't. So that's 50. How many do we have? Yeah, let's stop that for now and switch to housing. Yep.
Save electricity. Turn off the lights and show the fruit salad.
So, like I said, I went through some, I mean, I'm a few decades old by now, but at a young age I did have that classic ego problem stuff where I couldn't basically do things because my head just was too loud and my emotion was not loud enough. So I wanted more. My reach was beyond my grasp, could say maybe. But that has been solved. So by that I also understood that sometimes when you want to do something and you think that fits in here, somehow magically the room doesn't allow you to do it. It's like you did the exactly wrong thing, like almost offensively so. And that is when the will is trying to form the situation more than it should. And in this way, it seems as if the concept that will be done, as in coexistence can only be an acceptance of each other's will, instead of just the golden rule. I mean, the things I did there, and the things that I've observed also other people do and not do. I mean, that was what am I saying? They were within reason, you know. That's not a violation of the golden rule what I did there. But it's more like the question, can I talk now? Can I say this now? Well, people say these things, why should I say them not, why shouldn't I say them then also right now, right? But you know, I think many of you have possibly experienced this, and then have experienced that somehow it didn't work, somehow it didn't fit, somehow it was rejected, even though it seemed so right. I mean, other people are doing it, why shouldn't you? Or is being done in other situations which are similar to this one, why not in this one then? Yeah, and it seems as if it's even a reality level thing, when you incorporate the flow of "thy will be done" sufficiently within you, you will certainly have far fewer of such situations, because you will sense when it is appropriate and when not, even though you cannot know this. It's something that creeps into you over decades, this understanding, but it doesn't occur to you that is basically something that is beyond what humans have so far accepted. Reality, the relationship of the mind versus reality. I mean, so far it's, well, we have our body and there's the brain and the mind lives within there. Basically, the mind is the software that's running on the hardware that's the brain. And that's it, period. But I guess there's more to it. And I think it can even be experienced. But it's very, very subtle. And so in this way, I believe to have experienced slowly over time that indeed sometimes it is not just me going with the flow of the room. It is also the room going with my flow, now that I have made it more solid, more inert, that has more impact because it has more mass. It is not, I mean, certainly I'm still extrapolating right now, I'm probably also doing that, going beyond the threshold of that which I would call the self. But in principle it has grown a lot, and I know, I mean, I've observed it for 22 years straight there, straight on camera. I've been working on that this whole time. It has been grown and solidifying itself, mostly by means of skepticism, where I then tried to dispel all the beliefs in my head, which basically are some kind of, like, some hollow structure. Like, yeah, basically you could say now in my head most of the crates are welded, but so far there have been empty crates that are a structure, that what you would call the identity, the self, the person. But it was not. It was an extrapolation. And now I have remade that, reformatted that, changed, taken down a lot of things, built a lot of new things up, and they are now welded. No, not all of them. Like I said, it's an ongoing process. And that's the thing. I have observed that this keeps going on, and I am deeply convinced, because I have no reason to suspect otherwise, after 22 years of intense observation, that this will keep going on. Now, if the room magically doesn't accept your will, even though it would otherwise fit, I mean, what's the reason? Why doesn't it fit right now? So, as if there is some kind of manifestation in the room. And the manifestations, of course, the others, they also have will. But the will is more complex than what you have perceived. And you had now violated their will. The flow was going this direction collectively, and you were trying to change the flow in a different direction, basically with a crowbar of the logic that told you in your head, yeah, this is not inappropriate, so let's do this. And the room then expressed, yeah, it is inappropriate that you stood there. What the fuck's the reason? What's happening? Why am I now completely dispelled as a person? Well, because in this situation, you have leaned yourself as a person entirely into that. You are convinced that it's the right thing. Now that thing has been disproved. Therefore, the whole structure that led to that insight has also been deemed wrong, which is then you. You have been deemed wrong. That is all. That's all there is to it. See, it's really that simple. At the moment you feel like you have been dispelled as a person, that is because there has been, under Newton's third law, cause and effect relation, counterforce effect, which led through the entire structure back to the core of it, which is you. Depending on how much energy you exert, so much energy you might get back if that was really unfitting what you were doing there, and so forth and so on. So in this way, I believe that if a person keeps growing in this regard, then the room will flow more with them. I have experienced that at accelerating pace in recent months, I would say, and I assume this will keep happening further, and I don't know how far this will lead, but if there's no bounds to it, then you might hear of me off YouTube. I know this is something stupid to say, self-aggrandizing bullshit, and maybe it is bullshit. I'm telling you of the things. See, that's the thing. Why do I feel innocent saying these things to you? I do feel innocent. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel like the room rejects me. I just did something wrong. I offended someone. And see, the thing is, if I am offending someone, I don't have to tell myself that I couldn't have known. I don't even feel it. Then I know it's not my fault, because I know maybe what I'm saying is not the truth. But I know I can't believe differently. And if I don't have the capacity of believing differently, then I'm basically running on the universe infrastructure, on bedrock at this point. As in, I'm not a made-up person. I am the person that the universe wants me to be, for it doesn't allow me to be someone else. And so what I'm doing is necessarily innocent. At least I'm innocent of it. Maybe I'm not innocent of the person that I have become, so maybe that's a way of looking at the things that I'm doing as guilt and so forth, but I cannot look at it like that. So even if I might be guilty of doing these things, I can't feel it, and so I do them. And so when I say these things, which, like when I'm telling you, yeah, well, we make movies and make games that will be as big as Cyberpunk 2077 and so, and I will have the budget, and at that time, then, if it hasn't happened yet, I will certainly then also finance Rocketworks then working on this game here and so forth, because they fucking deserve it, but I believe at that time that will have already been resolved, because I estimate a few decades. Then that is, of course, something that no one should say, because they cannot estimate with certainty their future. But the thing is, I am certain of who I am. I'm certain of how my mind works. And if I'm certain of both these things, and also see the process that is happening, the development, I'm also certain of that, then I can also be certain of the extrapolations. And if I'm certain of my observations, then I can also be certain of the extrapolation of the observations as they will happen in the future, as in I will have the freedom to do these things. Because it will just fall into my lap, nature, reality will grant them to me. That is what I'm saying. Now, this is completely ridiculous. But the difference is, the thing is, it sounds completely ridiculous. But is it? Is it? Is it? Frames? I haven't made too many of those.
Waste tank caution.
So now let's looking at the world, becoming a better and better place. I believe that future humans will not have as much trouble as we have these days getting into the game properly as a person, because they will have a better start. They will have better food. We will know the secrets of what to do and what not to do regarding food, regarding using the mind, regarding using your will. We will know this abstraction map of reality that I keep preaching, so we can tell people you're down here, that is your position right now, and that's what you have to accept, and you have to learn your thy will be done towards the world and towards the other. Then you will become an equal to them, even though they might be low. They might be as low as you are. You cannot treat them as low. You must treat them as higher, for you don't know any better. See, the trick with this whole game that I'm talking about here, about reality, is not what is, but it is a matter of information processing. Let's change the channel. It's a matter of information processing. A friend of mine, over 20 years ago, incidentally, told me something that is utterly wise. And that is a short phrase. It is, you have to believe yourself. If you just let that simmer for a moment. I want to make all the variants of walls now. Because it's time that we start decorating things better. It looks the same, awesome. That was sarcasm. Oh, I'm hungry. So, you have to believe yourself. What does that mean? It means several things, but it means primarily, if you do something and you don't really believe that what you're doing there is something you want to do or should do, then don't do it. And when you think something and come to a conclusion, but you don't really believe that, then put the little question mark next to that thing that is now in your head. That puzzle piece of information that you just created, assembled out of other puzzle pieces of information. Thinking, that has results. These new things that are in your head, you can never dispel them. They are never gone. Like when you learn about stationeers and can never undo this knowledge. Man, it's really bad. I wish I could wipe my fucking mind. You hate this game? No, I want to love it again. So they don't ever leave your mind, but you can put qualifiers to them. You can attach, this is preliminary understanding, and this is also something, of course, you have to train. I mean, basically, you are living fantasy. You are fantasy, but you're living necessarily in the infrastructure of the cosmos, and so you have to live as a human living fantasy. I'm not saying there's some theistic background here. I'm saying that as good how good you can be as a human, quality, abilities, and so forth, that's your choice, man. You choose how good you can be. So, like I did, choose to become God. It doesn't mean that you will achieve it. I'm not saying that at all. But not striving for that. Why the fuck would you not try to be God? I mean, if I think about people and them not striving to be God, I can only wonder, why not? I mean, it's a mystery to me. I mean, I can understand how they would not get there in this jungle in which we grow up, surrounded with all these assholes and idiots and lowlives. I mean, when I go to the company toilet, I first wipe the seat wet and dry, because people are fucking pigs, man. And I also always bring a water bottle, because I wipe myself with water and dry interchanged, because that's proper. Anyone not doing that is a pig. And so most people are pigs in my eyes. And so if you start doing that, you can tell yourself, the other people, they want to tell me what to do and what not to do, they don't even know how to wipe their own asses. That's what you can do. See. Life advice. I mean, why would people not do that? I mean, is it beyond your grasp? You cannot know until you have tried, and obviously not too many people are trying, therefore it's certainly undiscovered territory. I have explored this sufficiently for 22 years straight, every day, and I can tell you, it is a worthwhile pursuit. I'm not saying that you get there. I'm not saying I am God. In the other video I said, I am God, but you are also God. That was a theistic perspective that I didn't want to go into now. That's not what I wanted to go now. Like, I believe that ultimately the universe is a creation by the one dude who can be whatever the fuck he wants to be, and has his dreams, and he wakes up back to I am, which dispels everything that was before, because such a thing as past and future doesn't exist. There's only this moment. This moment is all that exists right now. On Earth, in the world, in the universe, this moment is all that exists. The future is the changing of the moment into its new form. The past is the forms it had, but there's no actual past, no actual future. The fourth dimension is bullshit. There's only this motherfucking moment, dude. This moment. And in the same way, okay, this is my perspective. Maybe it's wrong, but I'm deeply convinced of it. And before the universe, in quotation marks, it does make sense if I would explain all of that once again. Yes, it's logically sound. Sound. There would be no form, and the dude forms himself and experiences, and then lets go of the form, and then he has no form at all, and it's just I am, I exist. And this also means that necessarily there's no past or future, no memory, no emotion, nothing. He starts from scratch, and that means that is really the nature of true free will. It is holy. Will is holy. And so every person on this planet, I, you, everybody, is holy. Even the Mexican torture cartel dude on camera who used his chainsaw and so forth. That, I mean, not the person is holy, but in principle, that's what we are in principle, as beings. And the goal must be that we become that as persons. Anyway, the idea, my view of the world is, it is creation, and the dude I mean, I can go deeper into that if you wish, because there's quite a few reasons to believe so, because it all fits so well together from that perspective. Why would you add another layer? I'm not adding another layer. You will see that this layer is in everything. And I'm not talking about, look at the stars, they're beautiful, and all that shit, because that is bullshit. That is bonkers. What I have is actual reasoning, thank you very much. But see, I don't want to convince you of that. I only wanted to talk about, well, how did I get here? How did I get here again? I wanted to say that I believe that we are ultimately that one dude who has just formed himself into being the multitude of dudes. And now he's re-emerging and will wake up again to that old level of I am. But now he will have a world and virtually infinitely many others like him. And everybody will be the independent I. I mean, isn't it weird when you think about it really, if you reflect upon yourself, about your experience, that you're sitting there and watching this video or not, or walking, eating, or thinking, or playing a game, or masturbating, or whatever you're doing, hopefully not right now, and then you think about, there are other people out there who are just like you. They also have this I perspective from their space-time viewpoint. They have the self that they can play with. They have the food that they can eat. All of these experiences, memories, aspirations, all of that is out there. I mean, when I think about that, I find that weird. And maybe that's the natural realization, this is not the way it was. Because the way it was is only I exist. And you would have the same thought. You would think the way it was that only I existed. But now we're many. Anyway, that's my perspective. And since that is my perspective, I find it reasonable that we should all wake up to try to become God as persons. God doesn't mean, I demand, give me my golden throne and cuck my sock or something. But instead, it would be that we play in this wonderful world of ours, like God would play in his creation, and like we play with each other, like we deem each other to be the Holy One, the highest most being that could ever be. And then we should see ourselves as such also. And this view should keep ascending for the highest most in this world where we can never reach I am, where we can get closer and closer to it, maybe infinitely for eternity. And who knows, maybe eternal life is actually upon us at some point. Then we will possibly keep ascending our understanding of what it means, how high we really are, and therefore how high the other is, you know, as beings. And that's what we should become as persons then, you know. I mean, God in this world would be humble. He wouldn't be demanding. That's the big difference in understanding that the leap that people need to make when they would try to become that dude, because then the world will make way for you to become who I believe you were meant to be. You were meant to be the Lord. You. Hey, wait, I have 6 of those. Anyway, the thing is, even if my belief in this regard is completely bonkers, which it might well be, that's not a problem, because let's think how it informs my actions. Let's think if everybody in the world would believe it, but it wouldn't be so. What would happen? The perfect society would happen. That is what would happen. And if that would mean the perfect society would happen, doesn't it mean that it's probably even true? I rest my case. So let's make a little gallery of walls so we can make choices. Wait, there's a different a different exit here. Mouse cleaning. House cleaning or mouse cleaning? Which one do I prefer? Well, honestly, I could do a bit of dusting. Okay, that's the arched wall. Now we have the corner. 7 of 7. Okay, let's start with 1 of 7. Aha, that's this decorative stuff with, you can see that here. Then with an arrow, I guess, which we cannot see printed on it. It's not in the build ghost like I keep saying. They say it's blueprint. Okay, like in the blueprint from arch plating, arch two-tone, and then this thing. Okay. So fancy schmancy, but maybe it's the right thing for the living quarters, you know? And I happen to be in the living quarters. I don't know if we can make it look like in 2001 at the end, but anyway. So we come in here. And we'll just make the back wall like, or won't I? Wait, I am in the wrong fucking room. This is the living quarters. Right. So back here might be the sleeping chambers. And over here might be the cooking and other such chambers. Here might be the I wash myself or I'm filthy chambers. I will just use number 1. Since I'm not hearing the storm warnings here, I will flip my tablet to the tracker, because then I will get that also on my tablet. Okay, next wall then. Padded wall. Wall. Geometric wall. Let's use this then. Wait, yeah, let's use this. Geometric wall. It looks like there will be lines on this thing. I can like make a big rectangle on the ground, for example, with these. It doesn't fit this style. It's just, you know, it's basically you have an empty sheet of paper. Now you're trying out all fonts, writing a document with it, and expect someone to read it. No. Less is more. That's the flat wall, and then we have just the wall. Do we have different walls here? Window, of course, and then just the wall. Oh, right, this might have the same problem again. Does it? What? What? Huh? Oh, right, of course, you need this stuff. Yeah, not advisable in this position. So in other words, I can forget about these walls in this 2x2. Or I have to put them on the outside, but I want to make it beautiful for the indoors. Okay, decision made. Civilization is a wonderful thing, but we must realize that it's fragile. Some people are treating it as if it can't break, but there's a saying, let's say, I don't know how exactly it goes, but roughly like this. Hard times create hard men, and hard men create good times, and good times create weak men, and weak men create bad times. Something like that. So the idea is, we're currently living in times where, in the West at least, we have it rather easy, and so we're playing with that as if we can't lose it anymore. And that is insane. We shouldn't do that. I wanted to say something else though. Do I have the right time scale? Yeah. Padded wall. Let's try the padded wall. After all, it's my bedroom, so of course for me it should be a padded wall. Padded cell, basically. Hey, for the bedroom, this is a little window, isn't it? Or isn't it? Isn't it? Arch light fittings. Oh, I can do the diagonal thin light. I've never used that, and now I could actually place it. Oh. Okay, that is. I want to do that. Is there also a variation that only has it at the bottom? Yeah, if I rotate this, obviously. And I like light from the bottom, so here we go. Does it work like this, or will it look like shit? Alright, let's this stuff once more. Isn't? What do I need then? Steel sheets to continue construction. Yeah, that's what I had in my hand, man. Yeah, once there are lights in there, that might actually look fine. Who knows? Well, let's get some lights. Good thing I have a weather station. You might wonder by what means could a human ever become immortal, which is what I proposed should then eventually happen if this were indeed a theistic world. And I mean, I'm saying basically my perspective, what am I saying? Basically? No, my perspective clearly and bluntly is that the universe is heaven itself, in the making, in the process of becoming. And we are the ones who will live in it, for we are its creator. We are God, everybody. That is my perspective. You might not like this perspective, but I like it. And certainly, whether this perspective is true or not, if you would share it, the world would become a better place. Because you would not toss your cigarette butt on the street like the fucking disgusting asshole pig that you are when you do that. And you would not let your dog shit everywhere. At least you would pick it up. I mean, that's the least, though I'm still not satisfied with that. It's disgusting. Or you would, well, you would not mistreat others. I mean, let's say this. I said that I've been working on myself for the last 22 years, and I don't want to make this about myself. This is about the topic, though, and I happen to have the data. So obviously I'm talking about myself, because I have done the experiment. So, when I have experienced in these years that I also had to face my guilt. I had to look at the things that I've done wrong, and I had to, well, I felt sorry for them, truly, you know? And that's, maybe that was kind of purgatory, something like along those lines.
You are listening to music from Synthera and Exo.
This isn't right, it's too deeply in the wall.
On Soma
Light long angled. Arch light fitting at top. Light fittings. Padded light fitting. Huh. Let's try another one then. No, that's not it. Well, this one doesn't really fit, but it seems to fit. That's the way it's supposed to be, okay. So be it then. That will make for an interesting bedroom, lit from below. And in the morning you go blind immediately. Maybe I should fade these up. Oh yeah, let's do that, let's do that. We do a role play. I will get up here and then I push a button and then one light will turn on, the next one will fade up. The room will get brighter slowly. Let's do that, yeah. Padded wall. Wrong. Vent. Maybe also one with a vent, maybe? Though that should be a vent behind that then. Which there isn't. And I don't want to fake. This is not Doom. I mean, I love Doom, but I don't want to fake. Everything here shall be real. Ah, I didn't bring enough of these. Shit. So I had to go through some kind of mental purgatory, and I think that's. I mean, you have certainly experienced. Sometimes you did something wrong, and then shit. If only I had done. If only I hadn't done that. That needn't be some experience of guilt, but certainly the wish to not having done that. But it is now part of your life. You have done it. It is real. That's what it is then. And in this way, I believe that. See, a religious person, for example, doesn't want to hear that what they believe in is bullshit. I mean, what they believe might be right. I'm not saying that Christianity or Islam and so forth are wrong, but I'm saying that they're believing that what they're believing for bad reasons. If they had good reasons to believe it, then so be it. And if what they're believing is true, then maybe it's even good that they believe it. But they're believing it for bad reasons, certainly, because just living in some kind of informational incest, in some kind of where the people are abusing evolution's concept of chances of survival, which is certainly deeply ingrained within us, to make the person then seek out the belief and knowledge of the religion, because otherwise society will give you the experience as if you're not surviving as well. That's just bad. I mean, if you want, seriously, if someone out there is a theist, I mean, every religious person whose religion is a theistic religion is implicitly also a theist. I am a theist, but I'm not religious. So the two are not necessarily, see, the two are two separate sets that can overlap. That actually overlap. So one person might only be a theist, one might only be a religious, or most people are, I guess, religious and also theists. Now, if someone is a theist, then they must assume that God, or whatever the fuck that term would be for the dude, or the girl, or whatever it is, I mean, it's the I am. Now we have girls and boys, and actually people who want to be something in between. I mean, if I look at that from the theistic perspective, I cannot fault them. because the AM can be whatever it wants to be. And maybe that's the truth of that even. But I'm not sure. Because there's also such a thing as choices that are to be and are not to be made. So I'm not sure about that yet. Anyway, it's interesting, right? I mean, this worldview of mine would also implicitly make people more tolerant. This doesn't mean that I want a drag queen story hour, okay? Because that's just insane bullshit. Drag queens are disgustingly fugly. Period. If anyone disagrees, do so. Maybe even do so in the comments, and maybe I won't take it down if it is phrased correctly, because I've taken down about 3 or 4 comments in my YouTube history in the last 5 months. Just remove the guy. I can no longer post. Fuck off. Because some things you don't do. But there has also been people who have been critical of what I'm doing, like moving around too much or whatever stuff, and I of course let that stand, because that's proper speech and it belongs. But if you abuse that, then if you say there's actually good reasoning for people doing the drag queen stuff and you can lay it out, then I will swallow that, and then I will take it, like always, like I've been doing in the last 22 years. I will accept that into myself as deeply as I can until I can't. And then I breathe out again with the self that I am. Then we'll see what happens. And I know by now that the result will be that I will disagree. That I cannot say yes to that. Because that's objectively ugly. That's objectively ugly, like a woman, like a female expression, a person with an entirely female expression having a beard. That is objectively wrong. It is. That is my perspective. Now, this perspective might be wrong, but I cannot doubt it. How the fuck did I get to Drag Queen Story Hour? 2 more padded ones, 3 more padded ones, and 3 more lights. Yeah, this intermediary IM thing, how did I get there, man? Yeah, the thing with the immortality, right. I believe that, let's say, look at yourself. Did you not have the impression sometimes that you are kind of looking like you? As in, what you have done in your life kind of expresses in your face, for example, that there's some kind of lasting impression there. That's a bit you having given your mental imprint onto the physical, even though the physical is certainly beyond you. But there are people who go further than that. People who, bodybuilders, for example, people who just, are stronger, fit, I admire that, absolutely, when someone does that. I don't do that, and I should, but I won't, because I have a different agenda, and I know that eventually things will change for me in this regard. So I will just play my cards. I will just row my boat gently down the stream that I currently have until it leads into the great river, and then I will use my my motor, So what am I saying? Yeah, if someone actually goes that far, I mean, many people who think, hey, maybe I should do some muscle building, and they start with that, and then they give up. Because it's too much work, or they can't get their will to do it, or whatever reason might there be. There are multiple reasons, not just the 3.5 that we have thought of so far. That shows that it's not so easy. But some people overcome themselves and do so, and then once you have done that, it can even become a hobby. Like what I have done, self-improvement in the mind can become a hobby, and then that is even the thing that you strive for because it's fun. Like some people just run. They've started running at some point. At the beginning it was hard, and eventually it's just something that you do. It's fun. Like when I started listening to audiobooks, and eventually I took a walk with the headphones on, and I realized that's fucking awesome. And then I was taking 4, 5, 6 hour walks in 1 year. That was 800 kilometers. I walked on foot listening to audiobooks. 800 kilometers. You know how much that is. Because it is fun. And I just took it on. It wasn't hard to do because walking, I mean, who the fuck can't walk? I mean, a normal person, a physically normal person, right? That we can all do that. And so it's not hard. But muscle building and such, see, that is when you then overcome yourself. When the mind says body, you're saying no, shut up. I am in command. This is my home, and you shall now become this locker goes a bit over there, and here we will have a window, and there's another room over here, you know, that kind of stuff. You moving in, you are defining that. And you can do the same. For example, some people can hold their breath for 20 to 30 minutes. I am not making this up. Look it up on the internet, it's real. That has happened. And I mean, even for 4 or 5 minutes is hard for the average person, you know, and that's something you can train. And for example, when Tom Cruise, who apart from the flaws that he definitely has, like many people have them, only his are rather focused and obvious when you look at this Scientology crap. I mean, Scientology, I don't know what they're believing, but if they can't prove what they're believing, then whoever so accepts that belief is not doing that for good reasons. And so if they want the people to believe these things without proof, then they are doing it wrong. And so I'm phrasing it like that to protect myself lawyer-wise, because I don't know how dangerous the territory is. The way I just phrased it will fly, period. Now, but he as a person, he is kind of has achieved to some level godhood. I mean, look at the dude and what he can do, and all the films that he does and produces, and how rich he is by the movies that he's made. I think there's also the Scientology thing in there, but let's not think of that. Let's think about the good aspects there, and look at how fast the guy can sprint. I mean, this is really fucking. He can really run fast, and I mean, like, a different topic, Robert Patrick, who played the liquid robot in Terminator 2, he could run so fast that he had to run more slowly when he was chasing the boy getting away with the bike. That is how fast he can run. That was real. They didn't fake that. Maybe at some point there was a scene possibly where they faked it. I don't know. But at the beginning, at the parking garage, that was real. And he had to run slow. So Tom Cruise, he can run fucking fast. And the scene in Possible Mission 4 or 5 or something, where he was in this underground vault, which was underwater, and the character had to hold his breath for this many minutes. That was real. They really did it for that long. They filmed that entire scene down there in one go, and then they cut it and so forth. That was real. He can hold his breath that long. And that is something you cannot do. Most people can't do it. He can. How did he do that? Were his parents of superior genetic material or something? No. Mind over matter, baby. It's real. The proof is in your head, because your brain. Is it the hardware in which your mind lives? No. The brain is where hardware and software live in some kind of blurry transitionary state, which is also why you can make your vision of color and your peripheral vision more clear. You can make that more, you can become more perceptive, and then this will last. It will lastingly stay so. You can improve how quickly you become aware of things that are streaming into your brain, being digested by the peripheral stuff in your brain, which turns all the data points from your eyes with the differential calculations into colors and motion, and then hands that over to you, to your throne where you sit, God, and then you see, oh, that's what's happening, let's react now. You can expand your field of vision basically to see more closely to the periphery, to become more aware, and that is a change of your matter. And I mean, mind over matter is real anyway. I mean, you're moving your arms. How is that not mind over matter? Except it's just implemented in our bodies. I am moving my arm. I'm doing that right now. How the fuck am I doing that? I just decided so. It's not a miracle, I know, but mind over matter is real. And if you fight the urge to eat, that is, and you succeed, then you have achieved mind over matter in that one situation. And if you can become so routine in that you don't even feel the hunger, that you can even assume that there is not even hunger, so you eat just once a day, That is mind over matter. It is completely normal. It is something that is real. Now, how far can the human being go in controlling their bodies? Certainly, we have seen examples that go further and further than what we would have, than the miracles in this regard that we have seen in the past. Like, you can hold your breath for 10 minutes. Oh my god, there's someone out there with 30 fucking minutes. 30 minutes? For 30 minutes. For half an hour. Let's see how long this fucking video is. It's 2.5 hours long. So he could basically, probably with 1 day of preparation, I don't know how long this takes, but then he could do that 5 times, and then he would have this entire video not breathed 1 time. That is how long that is. And I mean, so now we could say, okay, but that's the limit, isn't it? See what I'm saying? We don't know where the limit is. We don't know it yet. But the bones, do you know that? Maybe what's missing is that mankind has some leap of understanding. A leap of understanding that cannot be had. Because, see, what I was talking about with the guilt that I had, the feeling, that is something that you also have within you. If you would be facing some things, if you would, for example, realize that many of the beliefs that you're holding, while possibly true, are currently, regarding the information matrix that you have in your head, not justified. They are not solid, they are not founded, they are not sound. Then if you would look at that, then you would have to dispel all that and kind of start from scratch, or what the term should be. Or you would feel bad that your current power in the world, your reach, your effectiveness would crumble, for you could not justify your actions, for your beliefs cannot be justified, and so forth. All of that is something that, for example, the religious people particularly have, but the average person also. That's how I got through the religious example before there. Yeah. And that is one of the, since most people are impure like that their information matrix is not cleaned up, that they haven't dispelled their beliefs as hard as they could, until only the doubter remained, like I did. And if the doubter remains, well, you cannot doubt the doubter, because that is a paradox. And this paradox is the foundation of who I am right now. The rebuilding of who I am. No one has to go that far, but I'm saying, if you don't dispel the beliefs in your head that you should reasonably at least assign a question mark to, then you are guilty of thought crime, guilty of belief crime. You are impure, you are imperfect, and that's not so bad. I'm not saying you should, like, I don't know, but I'm saying that most of mankind is like that, and this impurity then also leads to an incompatibility of will. A person will want this thing, or will want that thing. Best example, smoking or other addictions. I mean, some smokers, they tell themselves, I don't wanna, but I kinda have to, and so they do it, right? That's a matter of impurity of will. Because the part of you that tells you that you want, you might say that's just chemistry, it's a chemical addiction. But my experience and the experience of many who have overcome that, though I have reflected, and a friend of mine who is also kind of on that level, I think, the guy who told me, you have to believe yourself. That's what I'm saying. You should try to realize whether you actually believe yourself. That is invoking the means of skepticism. Do you really believe that? If so, good. If not, not good. Try to clean that up. So addictions, you can climb so high in your head that the chemical addiction will be lower. It will be below your own mind, below your own will, because the cacophony of individual wills within you that are incompatible have been cleaned up so much that they can come together on a higher level. And this then, on many fronts, again cleaned up so that they can come together on an even higher level, and so forth, because you too are a pyramid. And at the top sits the crown, the I, and that I is the God that you should worship, your own God. Become yourself. Anyway, if you go closer to that, then you will be able to say no to, if you realize I'm in an addictive situation, and well, it's kind of fun, where you can actually learn to distinguish, because it's super hard to do that. Because the chemistry of the substance, THC or whatever, will tell you, hey, it's fun, I want to do that. And I'm not saying THC is bad. But I'm saying that certainly when you take it, and you are kind of used to it, then the fact of taking it will convince you, nah, I want to take it. See, that will influence your will. And if you learn that, then you can eventually gauge where does the chemical will begin and end, and where's my own will instead? And then you can say, well, I don't want it, and this time I mean it, and then you don't do it. And someone who is on that level will not toss out the stuff, because the true way to overcome an addiction, to overcome it in your mind. I mean, if there's someone around who smokes and who wants to hand you the joint, or if there's someone who asks you if you smoked, do you want one here, the social thing to do, which is of course abhorrent to a person like me, because do you want the other person to also get cancer, you piece of dog shit? I mean, that's my perspective, I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend, but that's the perspective I have, and it's all one coherent whole that I don't find any holes in, and I'm talking to you about things in the world and about yourself because it's interesting, because it's relevant, because we want to collectively improve the world, I mean, don't we? And the way to improve the world is not, like I said in the beginning, to come up with yet more laws to enforce the people, but everybody has to improve themselves. The only way ultimately to fix the world is everybody fixes themselves. And that is what I'm talking about, fix yourself. And the ability to overcome addictions, that's a good one. That's an addiction, that's an ability you want, that you want, right? And see, if you clean all that up by means of skepticism, but when your will can, I mean, see, everything in your head that doesn't belong there, that you remove, is some impurity that is then removed. But how did it get in there? It is part of the energy that you are, of the feeling of self. So ripping something out might feel like you're losing something. Like when someone, like when a religious person is confronted with the understanding that their belief is bullshit. I mean, when someone who is a Christian believes that the first cause argument, like, well, what was the first thing that happened? Must have been God, for whatever reason. I think the argument is bullshit, but okay. This argument that they believe makes sense, which in my opinion doesn't, they think is justification for them to believe in Jesus, which it is not. I mean, believe in Jesus and believe in a creator God, how is that connected, man? That's a long fucking path from A to B. If you can't make that way from A to B, then you can't use A as a justification for B. That's as simple as it is. And if you tell that to a Christian, they will refuse that. They will not believe you. They will become possibly, then, like what I said 1 or 2 videos ago, then we will get into the stage of the discussion where we'll just have a will against will situation. Or rather, will against will has been the situation all along, but then it becomes revealed by people getting louder, by just saying things that are obviously unreasonable, that are no longer really following the logic exchange of the discussion, by just insulting you, by fucking off and so forth. That is why discussions with flat earthers are generally always on that level, because they have no leg to stand on. See, there's not even a labyrinth to explore at first. So everything in your head that you put there is part of your energy. Now, if you, like myself, have made it a hobby, like someone who runs or who lifts has made it a hobby to improve themselves, then if you discover an impurity, that will even be welcome. Because, oh, that thing, shit, I haven't cleaned up that's like when I spray paint all the cables in my station here and forget one, oh, there's another one, oh, let's fix that too. Man, see, but if you are not proficient in this self-improvement thing, then whenever you're confronted with the experience that something about you is wrong, then that part needs to go. That will come with an experience of non-existence. For you haven't yet developed the mental flexibility of wanting to change yourself to the better shape. And so this will be part of your solid will, just, I want to be like that. Now this part of myself is wrong, so everything about me is wrong. Fuck you. And in this way, I think many people are structured. But when you start calling yourself into question, calling things in your head into question, refining yourself, improving your information matrix, dispelling things that don't belong there, become skeptical. Skeptic doesn't mean, oh, I don't believe that, that's bullshit, that's probably... skeptic means you ask yourself whether a thing is true, and if you can't find sufficient reason to believe it, you deem it, you put a question mark there, or possibly even decide that it's not true. But the decision that is not true also needs to be founded. So skepticism means to properly deal with information, period. Now, if the people would do that more in the world, and they're not in an environment where they're motivated to do so, because religion instills people to just accept it, and this collective crowds, like Ukraine is, well, I can't say it, it's prohibited in Germany for me to speak it. I cannot say it, it's prohibited. That's the kind of situation I'm in. That's of course insane. There ought to be free speech. I mean, I'm not taking sides. What I would be saying would be a position of skepticism, as in, can you know that? I mean, what was the background? What happened before? Why would someone do such a thing, and so forth? See, I'm not on anyone's side there, but I'm certainly not on anyone's side there. Is my position, you know? Because I have enough question marks in my head, then all the exclamation points around me leave me with even more question marks, which I'm now bestowing with this speech of mine, you know? You see, the collective that forces you, even by law in Germany, basically you're forced by law in Germany to accept a certain belief, because if you don't, then you might feel instilled to speak about it in different ways, and that speech is prohibited. You want to go in, don't want to get in that territory. There's a feeling of unpleasantness, there's a feeling of being imprisoned. That feeling you don't want is an energetic, emotional connection between A and B, leading you to rather accepting the other belief, even though it might be unfounded, or who knows if it is founded. I don't know. My lawyer told me to say that. In the United States, you know, I mean, who the fuck can you elect Biden? Are you a fucking idiot? I mean, Biden is I will not say what Biden is, because there's also a law in Germany that you cannot insult state leaders. We don't have free speech in Germany. United States is indeed the one most advanced and greatest nation on the planet, and the greatest achievement in the history of mankind. It is. That's a fact. Now, why the United States are definitely not perfect. They are not. Definitely not currently with that government. But they are, for example, they have free speech. Free fucking speech as one of the most fundamental laws ever. Which has, by the way, a few days ago been called into question. Because there's now a law being discussed in Parliament, or it has even been put into practice. I don't know. Sorry if my words are not all the time correct. I'm not a natural English speaker, so I don't know that then. This law that you cannot publicly be skeptical about the righteousness of the decisions of Israel, that you cannot say things that are generally deemed dismissive of Israel's will, and so forth, to which even belongs the list on the list even belongs, that's not in the law, but the law refers to a certain organization, and that organization has on its basically homepage, I don't know where, a list of things that are part of that set. So implicitly this law undersigns it. It says this is then the truth, this is part of that decision then, and guess what? They will prohibit you from saying that Jesus was killed by the Jews. I don't believe that in the first place, so I don't have a horse in the game. And maybe that's even a good thing then, this law, because maybe this law will then will be helping to work on the front of undoing religion, which is what my goal is. So who knows the ways of the universe? But in principle, this law is a bad thing because it undermines free will severely. I mean, if they tell you can no longer quote your favorite Bible verse or whatever, that's, I mean, one right is religious freedom, which in my opinion is a bullshit right, but okay, that's then, you know, because, I mean, seriously, you are allowed to believe whatever the fuck you want, but as soon as a meme plagues an infectious mental disease, then in that moment it should not be allowed. But okay, anyway, this is my position. I know I'm radical. I also wouldn't know how to enforce it. Like I said, the only way can ultimately be that will be done. More laws will not help it. But I'm saying that's the way that should be, then the will that should be inflicted upon us somehow by some outside force that we can't make happen on ourselves. Anyway, they are discussing to put that law into practice, where then you would basically be prohibited from exerting your religion freely. You know, where that Bible verse is now suddenly illegal because it claims something that would be illegal now. That is what's happening. And free speech is absolutely fucking important. So back to the skepticism thing, the world currently is beset with billions of people who are not willing to clean up their fucking heads, and this leads then to an overall climate of impurity. And now imagine, if our minds were more pure, how much more power would we have of our own addictions, for example, to dismiss them? And how deeply could we reach within our bodies? What would happen if all of mankind would purify themselves to perfection? Would we all be able to grow another arm that was missing? Because that's the level on which we would be actually talking at some point. I know this sounds insane. I know. But my reasoning gets me there, and so I'm getting there. So I needed some padded walls, I think. Padme Amid Voila. I'm a senator. Fuck me, I'm a leather. Motherfucker, what was that? What the fuck were they thinking? And lights. We need a lot more lights. Let's take a look at the hobbies. So the plants were rather low, I think, on both sides. Now they're rather high. Okay, do we have some more? It was 8, I think. 8, still 8. So when I say become skeptical, clean up your head and so forth, I'm basically saying try to become an avatar of the universe. Because then you will probably get a better life, more freedom. Who knows, maybe the room will follow your flow. Wait, is this thing on? It's not on. Good, because it works also when it's off. Okay, this would be my cozy little sleeping room. So, I mean, I've done many videos where I approached base building in a completely different way. Partly because I wanted to get somewhere. I mean, that's the big part, I guess. But also because I didn't want to bore you. But apparently I have given up on that. Because I have no choice but to become repetitive, apart from the things I'm saying in between, which by some, I hope, at least are appreciated. But I'm saying that now I'm trying to use a different approach, because if you always use the same approach, this might then be the reason why you always have the same outcome. So let's have a better outcome, a proper station. So we need flat walls. I don't think I have any, or do I? Yes, I do. But why should it be flat walls? Shouldn't it be geometric walls that tell me where to run in case of emergency, with help of a line on the ground? No, I didn't prepare this. It's inspiration struck. Well, it has to be this then. I mean, it has to be this then, logically. Wait, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Steel. Oh man, that looks promising. And then some flat wall here maybe. But again, the geometric wall has line straight, corner, T and T mirrored. So that's what that necessarily is. So if I want something else, then I have to use a different wall then. Arched wall. Arched wall on the ground. Let's just see what that would look like. No, not what I want to do. At the ceiling then. Where's the geometric? Where's the padded wall? Forgot one. Did I bring not enough lights? Yeah, that's my beliefs, and they're well reasoned. Maybe I haven't presented. I mean, I've probably not presented all reasons to you. I mean, imagine how much thought goes into that for over 22 years. I mean, it's not like I started at that moment in time when I suddenly realized nothing I believe is justified and every thought is a crime. That's what happened to me at some point. I can tell you, the hours afterwards were like in 2001. You know, the astronaut at the end, blowing through all of that, all of those logical insights at the same time suffering them. That's what that was, man. And maybe that film is inspired by the truth of things. And maybe that is something that can happen to a person, or maybe that's even upon everybody. Maybe that's even upon everybody. I was just a seeker, so I arrived there early instead of being forced into it. Anyway. We need, what do I need? Flat walls. Or what? I have flat walls. What am I doing? I need a bed. What furniture do we have? Tables, lockers, more tables, lockers, chairs, corner chair. Oh, this one looks nice. I want that in the as part of the habitat. And the cryotube already printed. That will be in the main room of the habitat. Yeah, not much actually. I mean, this is quite some stuff here, but I don't know what else I wish for, but I'm not really the apartment furniture guy. I just know there is more. So what does that take? Kit chairs. So let's make a chair. And there's, see, I have a problem with memes. Not with internet memes, because they are the upwards distilled perfection of humor and the collective flow of consciousness in a form that I can only say, God damn it, I love the internet. But when, for example, people say, I think, therefore I am. I know some wise guy said that back then. That's one reason why people want to believe that. And how did this happen? I'm doing it wrong, man. So I think, therefore I am. That is what someone said, a wise dude, some Greek, you know. And don't we love our Greek philosophers, don't we, huh? I'm not objecting to them, but I'm saying, I mean, the people have also then perpetuated it, and so there's no more thinking about that. You know, that's ironic, right? I mean, I think, therefore I am, of course, is supposed to express I am thinking, and therefore, I mean, this requires me to first exist, so I can conclude that that's also happening. I wonder if existence is actually a process instead of just a fact. Anyway, yeah, I mean, some fundamental thoughts like that, some question marks like that might lead to new thoughts, and maybe it's going to be true ones. Who knows? Let's put some chair in some corner. Oh, right here. Make it cozy. I mean, all that work. So, where were we? So, I think, therefore I am, but that is not actually the way we should say it. We should say, I perceive, therefore I am. Now, I've said that, and of course, then some dude came along and objected in the most stupid fashion, because they said, perceive, dude, for that you need eyes first. That's too specific, you know. But see, the truth is, if you say, I think, therefore I am, then this whole overall logic process, like the conclusion that you also exist, it requires you to be aware that you are thinking. And guess what? When you are not thinking, then you're also aware of that. See, the guy objecting to me was basically objecting to themselves, but many objections to things I say, I can basically logic in a way that people are only speaking out against themselves instead of just saying something incorrect. Because in this case, they're saying, see, that's actually, why are you stacking that up? Why are you looking at the human on that level? I think therefore I am is much more simple. Yeah, guess what? I'm aware that I'm thinking or that I'm not thinking. That is even more fundamental. And I guess it doesn't get any further than that. So we are awareness in a space-time situation. Man, I hoped some beat would set in at that point. Flat wall. Yeah, only the truth, huh? I mean, sometimes I'm a bit deceptive, but mostly not. Large panel. Arrow. Plating. I don't know what plating is right now. Small panels and a hatch, I know what that is. I could put something on the ground here, which could be a power supply for this room alone, so we always have some power in here, some retreat basically. An APC that lurks out of that opening, but that opening is much too big. Panels and hatch. And that's why I have a problem with memes. When people just mimetically repeat a thing and then also implicitly prohibit the emergence of the actual truth, you know? See also religion. That is a problem, man. Because the actual truth is I perceive, therefore I am. And not I think, therefore I am. Yes, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, but I made something of it instead of just resting there. That's the plating thing. Maybe the plating thing is appropriate here because this floor... Or is it then too much? Yeah, it's too much. I had no clue what exactly this episode would be like. Not planning is a good thing sometimes. Open, oh. But this is way too big. I mean, what am I supposed to put there? Allows the mounting of wall-placed devices. Upgrade to allow better placement area. Upgrade? What are you saying? Upgrade? Or is this... Oh, is this maybe usually smaller, but now it is not small because I printed it with the advanced manufacturer? Are you telling me I would need to create a non-advanced manufacturer right now to get the one with the small opening? Is that what you're fucking saying? Screenshot. So that we don't want flat... Let's just go with flat then. Yeah, bit sterile, but we can also make that black. Or do I keep it white? Where is the bed? Bed? Did I take the chair? I did. What kind of beds do we have? No, the auto-rotate key doesn't do us any help. Why the fuck can I place this on the ceiling? You can make a madhouse here. It's where you belong. I know. That's what mankind would think. One of the reasons I object to mankind's ill dealing with the concept of information, truth, facts, thinking and such. I mean, seriously, let's talk about memeplexes for a second. I think the guy who came up with that term was not Charles Darwin, but what's his name? What's his name? God damn it. Oh, I know him. I have the face in front of my fucking head now. God damn it. Oh man, everybody knows him. This is shameful. I don't have the fucking name right now. I can't. Anyway, so a memeplex, what is that? Let's say someone tells you, if you believe in Jesus, you will have a better life. Which currently might be insufficient for you to accept, but once you're shepherding, you will miss smartphones without knowing that they could possibly exist. So, I mean, people were seeking entertainment, so storytelling at the fireplace, that was a major thing. And if someone could make you believe their story, at least while the duration of the story was going on, that would be an even more impactful story. And what about a story that you believe is actually not a story at all, it's real? That happens also, and religion is one of those. I believe that religion is ultimately founded in the fact that I believe is fact that the world is a theistic situation, but they got the facts wrong. But they felt that they sensed there's something foundational, fundamental, important there around there, but they weaved the wrong kinds of information, the wrong kinds of culture around it. Instead of seeking, they said, "No, you don't ask, you don't call into question. This is what you have to believe." Okay, that's what I wanted to say earlier. See, if God exists, then he, she, it, whatever. Yeah, that's how I came to this whole thing with transformation and so forth. Then he would be the Most High. He would be all of existence. He would be holy in a meaning that human beings don't know yet, because they think that the Pope is holy. Are you fucking shitting me? The Pope? Holy? Holy Father, these church assholes telling you to call them father as they are people of respect or whatever, so that you can submit to their mind virus better? Fuck that! Now, with that out of the way, he would be the Most High. Not your priest, not the Pope, but something that is so far above that you can't fathom what holy means yet. You don't know it. Like you can't fathom what a will would do that is in a total vacuum, where it doesn't even have memories, where it doesn't even have a currently ongoing emotion, where there's only its knowledge or its experience of I am. I exist. Now what do I do? When you start from there, that is free will. And you cannot imagine what that's like. And that is also what holy would mean. Because you cannot imagine what that's like. But that is how high that is. Now, if that were true, if God would exist, then he would be the Most High. And anyone daring to claim that they are a believer in him, daring to claim that they worship the Most High, must be a skeptic. Because you cannot just leap to fucking conclusions, you must worship the truth. And the only way to actually worship the truth, like I motherfucking do, is to believe that you have not yet found it. You can only get closer, but you cannot assume that you have found it yet. You must be a searcher, not someone who believes. Anyone else is blasphemic if they're saying, I believe in God. Do you believe in God? You do not. You're a blasphemer. You are most certainly a blasphemer. Even if the fact that you have found, even if the things that you have found so far are fact, even if Jesus is fact, even if your image of Jesus that you have is 100% precisely correct, even if that is so, then your assumption that your belief is that your view on the thing there is showing you the truth, that what you're seeing there is the truth, that makes it blasphemy. And that is the truth, baby. That is the level on which this game is played. And if you don't believe in God, then you should still be as skeptical. Because the world suffers if you manifest untruth. And sadly, we live in a society still where the manifestation of untruth is the way to go. Look at the media. Are the media lying to us? Well, they are certainly negligent. They're certainly not telling us the whole picture, because, I mean, what can you do in that 2-minute snippet that is reserved for the flow needs to keep going, the people will else switch off and so forth? You cannot, I mean, if I want to tell you something, I have to be either bore you to death with all the things I'm saying, or I must say things to you that you will not accept, will not understand, will refuse, or will then maybe accept and believe, but what you're believing and accepting there is not actually what I wanted to tell you. It's like when a guy in a Bible Belt tells the parents, hey parents, hey, what's going on, son, huh? How are you feeling today? I am an atheist. No, a devil worshipper, not my son or daughter or whatever. Though in that household, I think it's pretty clear it would only be a son or daughter. Anyway, and that was not a statement of opinion, okay? That was a statement of, you know, what the world currently is like. So, they have not understood the information that was to be conveyed. The information to be conveyed was, I do not have a belief either way. I don't accept that crap. The claims that you're making, I don't accept them. And because I have no good reason to. I mean, all the things that you will now throw at me will be emotional arguments, will be possibly reaching deeply into the emotions that I had as a child, possibly some kind of respect thing that I will then ultimately submit to. Maybe it's just going to be the threat of suffering, you know, inflicting the spell of evolution upon you, that you're trying to survive, so you will accept that belief, even though that's absolutely abhorrent, turning the flesh against the mind. That's the opposite. We are supposed to emerge from the flesh. We are supposed to become the supreme being. We are supposed to become the mind that subdues the matter, the crown that has grown on the trees that the bodies are. But instead, we are being subdued by the flesh, by people forcing us to believe certain things, else they will be punished physically. That's the opposite of what the cosmos wants of us to become. That is against reality. That is against the universe. If you disagree, think about it. But if you hate me for saying it, then you should realize the one who you're hating is yourself. Because you just don't want to see it. Single bed. Block bed. This room seems like it lends itself to a bunk bed. Should I dream of someone else being in here too? Wait, that's a block bed. That doesn't mean that's for multiple people. Or is it? No, it's not. Haha. So, let's get in there. And it's rather dark, so I cannot see anything. Maybe I should have carried some work lights here. I even have some. So let's fetch them. So, I mean, for those who listened, I believe I have sufficiently laid out why taking control of your mind, we're cleaning up the place and so forth, is a good thing to do, not just because you will be less of a hazard on the world, but also, I mean, you are an information processor and you will act upon the things that you have processed, the conclusions that you have come to. And if your mind is impure, then conclusions will not be pure, then the manifestations will be impure. Therefore, we can say you're inflicting yourself upon the world. Well, like I said in video 5 or 6 of my Mimus playthrough, the only innocence is perfection. And maybe that's another indicator, that the world is a theist world, and that we will all become the one who made it. I mean, there's also this perspective that I conveyed in another video a few times by now, but it's hard to convey because for me it's so easy, you know, like I am above the forest, I look down and it's not a problem for me to understand. But when you explain something to someone else, now that you have a grasp, if you didn't have before, of the concept of being amongst the trees versus looking down at the set from above, they are still in the forest. And when you were in the forest and didn't grasp it, you were like, what, how? And at some point the leap happened, and who knows how that really happens, who knows how the mind actually works, how we get there. But certainly exposure and trying again and again, particularly with some time passed, that does help me with Stationeers also. At some point then I said, come on, let's try the tutorials again. And I did so, and then I got it. How do I get the first steps? And then I made my first room. And I also wish that I could start over. But now that I know Stationeers, any game like this is forever spoiled for me, because the other games, they will have to use similar concepts. This is the groundbreaking one. This is the path into that future, the shoulder of giants. And so Dean Hall, Rocket, you know, and his friends and his team, they are giants. This is true. Normally I would see my boobs down there, but I'm wearing my spacesuit. Why do I play girls in my video games? Because they're more beautiful, period. I like them, so I play them, period. I don't try to embody my... Maybe one of the reasons is that I'm still kind of finding out who I am. I mean, I'm rather far along by now, but maybe that's one of the reasons that I have come to this habit, because I'm not even trying to play myself, because I don't know what that means. And that's not a problem. I don't need to know who I am. I just need to be comfortable with who I am at the time and to be functional in the world. And I'm very functional, am I not? So, some different words here then. Let there be light. I have some weird concepts about the creation of the universe. I'm not gonna go there now, because they actually go in a way in the direction kind of as last Thursdayism. Do you know last Thursdayism is a non... Oh, what's this? Is there light in there? Why is there power? Wait, let's just plop that thing down somewhere else. Because last Thursdayism is a mock religion. It's just a concept that is used for argument's sake. And, oh, the wrong one. And it means it's saying that, what if the world has been created last Thursday? In exactly the way it is right now. Including our memories and so forth. Would we be able to distinguish that? Would we be able to know? I mean, you, of course, know that's not the case, because, oh, wait a minute. See? And it's not like I'm believing in that. But my model lends itself to an indeed ongoing creation process that will ultimately lead to some kind of omega point that will be basically a decision point where one of us will be awake at fully and will then decide, okay, good place, I want to keep it. And then creation becomes real. Until then, it is only a construct of mind. Basically, this is currently an imagination of God. It's kind of... But, you know, let's go so far. Let's go back to the idea of what I want to say. How does consciousness emerge? And my conclusion is it doesn't. The only thing that emerges is self-reflection. The universe must be consciousness Lego, in conclusion. So how do I come to such a fucked up, wicked, idiotic belief? What do I need? I need some power. I will actually go so far as to make a station battery over there. Oh, it's just battery? And see, let's imagine, maybe I can pull this off this time and not sound like an idiot. No. See, if I sound like an idiot in your mind because of the conclusions I come to, while you are ignoring the path that I'm using, then we know that's an emotional reaction. What the fuck is happening? So if a single-celled organism... Okay, let's first talk about evolution for a moment. If you doubt that evolution is true, then I can only pity you, because it's very obviously true and it's unavoidable and necessary and logic and can be observed. You can listen to... is his name Amun-Ra, I believe? I stumbled over one of his videos today. If so, escape, Chrome, Control H, Ra. Oh. Scroll. Doesn't really matter what the name is. I mean, you can watch so many videos about that. It's not necessary, really. I mean, if you doubt that evolution is true, then I can only pity you, man. I mean, but we know that we look different from our children. and that their children will look different once more, but we also know that they will ultimately look similar to us. So it will be basically, you will not excrete a white guy or a black guy, depending on what race you are yourself. You will not, and so forth. You know, there's similarities. And if someone's basically from a certain region in the world, then you can probably tell that. For example, the guys from New Zealand, you can tell there's probably a new. Don't they say Kiwi? I don't know why. Or is it Kaiwai? Kiwi, right? I don't know. Yeah, that was probably emotionally grinding when I said that, because it goes into such a large level set, and also so deeply into emotional identity. And so when I said that stupidly and idiotically just now, that was grinding. And that's how that works. So good that I said that, because it leads to more understanding. Anyway. More sheets. So if their children will look different once more, the religious kind who denies evolution, even though the Holy Father, you know, the Pope, also accepts evolution, and the guy before him also. So it's official doctrine. My God, when I hear that, of the childish church, that evolution is true, that is real. We need to charge this also with a power controller, and then I will need a nuclear battery to get started. They would say, but that is only microevolution. Macroevolution, however, that doesn't happen. Well, to those I have the following question. What mechanism exists that ensures that microevolution doesn't become macroevolution? Because that is random mutation, we know that. And so if the random mutation keeps progressing over many generations and across a large laboratory table, which is what the oceans were, for millions of years, vertically in lots of meters, horizontally in lots of meters, and then horizontally again in lots of meters, for they are three-dimensional. For millions of years. And we're not talking dinosaurs and whales, we're talking microscopic microorganisms, you know, so small that, yes, the experiment was being pursued massively, on a massive motherfucking scale. Well, the light was trying to break free from... now I need a nuclear battery. Dude, nuke that video. Nuke your sister's doll collection. Ha ha, saved. Okay, there shall be some battery buffer here. Here I want to keep a window front. Here shall be the chips, so I can behold them from here and touch my crotch. And then over here maybe there shall be a battery. Yes. Not directly to the wall like this. And now right next to it, I mean rather left next to it, I could then place the computer if I so wish. So it's a good placement. That's not right. This auto hand swapping pisses me off so much, you know. Sometimes, see, this hand is selected. Or no, this hand is selected. Okay, now I drag the screwdriver over here. Now this hand is selected. If there would not be such auto selection, and I believe some people do like it, but it should be optional then I wouldn't have the belief within me that this could possibly, which brings us back to the world. I mean, if the people would believe that such a thing as a physical transformation on an actual metamorphosis level would be possible, which I believe is impossible right now, but will become possible in the future, and we might see actually some of the first strivings towards that, though that is quite a different story, and I'm not saying I applaud that, I'm saying it's wrong. I'm saying neither, I'm talking meta. Anyway, then if we would know that, then this would shake our beliefs. When we feel something within, we're like, oh, maybe I should go see a doctor, and so forth. We might actually then go so far as to believe, oh my god, the transformation power has been unleashed, now I'm growing cancer within myself, and maybe that's actually what's happening. And maybe that's actually what you can do to yourself. And maybe I shouldn't have said that. Haha. See, because that's a fun. That's, I mean, let's say miracles were possible. I'm not saying they are or will be. I'm not saying, but let's say someone could just move something with their mind or manifest something out of thin air. That would, of course, violate the conservation of energy, which they solved nicely in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I watched about 3 times, the full 60 hours, and it's fucking fun. Then the people, I mean, that's something you have to realize. If such a thing would happen, this would shake your fundamental understanding of what reality can and cannot do. Therefore, everything that you have in your head so far, your firm beliefs, your information processing, even what your skepticism produced as an improved information matrix would once again have to be revamped with that in mind. And who knows what the outcomes would be. I mean, suddenly anything would be possible. Witness testimonies would no longer be reliable, and so on and so forth. It would be such a vast, fundamental, screamingly loud thing to realize. Now, let's think about what I actually believe is true. That Newton's third law applies to the realm of the mind versus reality. That when we experience stage fright, we're not just experiencing something psychological, but we are actually in touch with a quantum situation. Oh, I invoke the quantum world. Oh, an idiot. No. I'm talking probability space. The formless universe, the formlessness not yet having taken form, which is the background of all of reality. Or from which it grows like trees into our macroscopic space, based upon the small and so forth, blah blah blah. This form taking, which we all have a say in. For example, do I step to the side when this guy wants to come through, or do I not? Because maybe I have somehow gotten the clue that they will walk around me anyway, because I don't want to be an ass. I will just stay here instead of stepping into their way in this moment, then, which is also a possibility. And you know, this is a manifestation, and people should take each other's will, not just the acted out will, but the will that a person expresses in words, the emotion that you can perceive, as real as manifested reality itself. That is the proper coexistence. Then we would have achieved true mind over matter, at least on that front. Anyway, or almost true, you know. Where was I? Too many topics at once, it happens. It's kind of indicative of me getting closer to the point in the day where I will eat. Because, will the computer be here or here? I'm not sure to place this now. It's not a lasting thing. Because then I can tackle more things at once. But by verbalizing them now and throwing them at you, I'm committing. But my mind is kind of on a rail to also tackle other things. But I obviously can't do that right now. Because I'm speaking. So that leads to me starting too many topics at once, and then I'm like, what the fuck? I realize this doesn't actually work, but it's demonstrated. The cable will now burn out. Because we had just a transfer of this amount of electricity at once.
Filter low.
Why the battery is now charged, I don't know. Because it's still at 100%. Wide angle... No, wide angle. Damn it, yes, now I'm confusing them again. Zoom them? Yeah. It can't be at 100% once it has unleashed itself upon this battery. Because this battery here has a charge only of, well, definitely less than this guy can hold. And so it just happened. But let's just use it. Let's just use it as a cheat right now, because the goal was to get some electricity here, and now we certainly have that. Now, now it's empty. I believe that was a race condition. That it wasn't discharged. Screenshot has been made, so I will report that later. Now with that out of the way. %. Let's get some electricity here. just so that we can... Oh, wait. To do the little experiment that I wanted to do, it would be sufficient to just use the area power controller. And this battery that is right there, it should be discharging because it's out here in the cold. But like I said, there's a bug, it doesn't. We have reported that today, I and another dude, guy, whatever, and so yeah. I mean, I don't know if they already know this, but I'm just saying you don't need to report it again in the bug forum, it's there. What does this bed do when it is powered? Actually, yeah, do I need the welder right now? I do not. So the labeler gets back its battery, and the arc welder gets no power at all, for it also has a nuclear battery. Nice. I don't know what topic I was busy with. Yeah, fundamental understanding. If that would... The Newton's third law, in my opinion, applies to the realm of the mind also. Ah, there's a light in there. That's cool. Let's go in there. Oh, no, not that. How do I do this? Nice. Cool. I want that. So if that would be so, okay, that I believe we are... Okay, the moment I start thinking about buying something in the store, and if this will ultimately lead to a manifestation, as in I will actually make that decision, then consequently, by me beginning the thought process of thinking about going there, I'm starting to shape reality in the quantum realm, because I'm changing the probabilistic field within which we move. So, whether you can go there also at the same time, it has been nullified by me deciding with certainty I will be there, if that decision will actually manifest. Maybe I didn't explain it well. And too many new concepts, I assume. But the thing is, I believe that in the stage fright situation we do get kind of in touch with the fact that the brain is ultimately a quantum microscope that acts on the macroscopic scales, yes, but I believe that the idea that it's really just cellular shit is just not true. What we are seeing there is the macroscopic version of it, the manifested crystalline solid stuff, but that it ultimately reaches down to the very bottom of reality. And that this is the only way for it to happen. And furthermore, where's the bed? And furthermore, I believe that bottom of reality, I believe that the Big Bang was I mean, this is getting a bit theistic, but let's ignore that for a second and just say at the beginning it was trying to go in all directions at once. Well, no, let's call it a situation of ultimate excitement. Not emotional excitement, but excitement, as in this atom is so hot, it is jittering all over the place, it's excited. This kind of excitement. So it was maximally excited, and there was no silence. But in our brains, the universe has finally found a configuration where there can be silence. And from this silence then it beholds itself, because that's, I believe, what we are, the universe. I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, this is better. So, I don't want it to be seen, it feels more cozy if my head is like here in the corner. I mean, there's no one here to see me, but that's how I would set up my bed. So that is how I do set up my bed. Is it in front, the cable, or in the back? In the front. Where the switch is also. What if we find out that Newton's third law of motion indeed applies to the mind directly with reality, that there's some force interaction? This would then lend itself to the idea that reality can be affected by our will, more or less. But this would then basically insinuate that reality may be some kind of construct of will, which would imply a theistic world, which would be not in confrontation with science, but certainly would shake up the scientific world. Science has no position on whether there's a God, because it's not just outside the realm of science. But then suddenly it wouldn't be, because it would become a tangible thing. I mean, if we can touch it with our minds, then it is touchable. And if it's touchable, it can be measured. There must be a way to do so. So, if we would have a way to realize that the world is probably a construct of will, that would shake things up, wouldn't it? I mean, we would possibly come to some kind of scientific theism, which would then maybe also show us what the world is and what it is becoming, and this would then falsify Christianity and Islam. 4 billion people who are so deeply convinced that we all have to die and are kind of looking forward to it, effectively, you know, because, I mean, heaven is much better than this place, right? Well, to get to heaven, you first have to die. And let's say, I mean, the thing is, how I see it, my position, and now this is a radical statement, I hope I'm not going too far with this. My position is that all Christians and Muslims, that all the religious people who believe in some afterlife where you eventually end up, want all of the people in the world to die. Because if your belief is not founded in reasoning and observation, but is ultimately wishful thinking, then ultimately the things that you believe in are wishes. So are you not wishing that everybody dies? I wish that everybody would achieve immortality, and that this is heaven. That's a better belief, man. So, see, if that is a thing that has so much impact, if it is so impactful, then it is very hard for mankind to achieve that understanding, because there would be so much opposition to that. Now you might say, well, what if someone has the realization, like I maybe had, and or maybe can even investigate it, some science dude finds out, or girl, and that's that then. Yeah, but the thing is, if it's true that Newton's third law applies to the realm of the mind also, which of course you all disagree with, whatever, but let's talk concepts. If that was so, then this would also mean that there are 4 billion people who would be exerting a constant force upon the world, that this collectiveness of the will of God that we are, like you are God, I am God, everybody's God, you know, and they are affecting the world's shape, at least indirectly, is my assumption. And that therefore these 4 billion people would inflict upon the world, by their identity, the will that we shall not discover that they are all wrong, because it would feel bad to them. Do you see how sinister that is? Do you see how sinister my worldview effectively is? That is also one of the reasons that people would not come to such a worldview, because they would find themselves in a completely different fucking world all of a sudden, one that is not so beautiful. Or is it? Is it just the people? Well, that's my view. The people are the part that is unbeautiful. I want them to change. Hence the speech! Light. Oh my god, 90%, whatever will I do? Yeah, let's leave that running. Because of luxury. I mean, I have no more nuclear batteries in the station. Some walls here with windows? No, I need to be able... There should be a door here. An indoor door should be here. Since I would probably need more of those, let's make more of those right away. Some things should be separate by airlocks, but the habitat section shouldn't have an internal airlock. That would just be her, you know? Maybe the habitat section should have in its main area also an oxygen refilling station. Because, you know, in case of emergency. I mean, basically, in the beginning, when you find yourself on the moon the first time with Stationeers, and you realize how god awesome that is, that you have all this at your disposal, the spacesuit, how that all functions, and soon it will function even more complex. For Rocketworks is working on that to make the spacesuits even more interesting. There will be more different kinds of suits with different parameters, different parts, and so forth. Then implicitly you are saying, I love this reality. I love that I'm now on the moon. I love that this is happening. And I'm taking it now a bit further. I'm saying, well, I am on this planet. I know the probabilities of things that will happen because, I mean, I can just reload the save game if shit goes down. And if all of this would explode, I certainly would. I mean, if all of this would explode, all that work, I mean, I have rarely ever come this far. See? But anyway, in principle, I should be able to live with this as if it's real. I mean, I don't know that. I know that certain things are not going to happen, but I should live as if they can. Because at the beginning, when I found myself on the moon the first time, I didn't yet see what this cosmos is exactly like. You know, this cosmos of Stationeers. That I kind of unconsciously assumed that all of that would be in there without really seeing it, blurrily, you know. And maybe we should play it as if it is so. And who knows? Maybe it will become so. Maybe we will find ourselves eventually in situations where we will be glad that we did so. And the Stationeers already lends itself to that. So if certain insights cannot be had because mankind disagrees with them, then yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying there, you know. And the new sort of motion thing was only an example. The other thing that I thought of was, I don't know what it was. So let's let this rest for the moment. Doors. How do they work? So yeah, I mean, I've gone way too far. So I basically said that I believe that we have a probabilistic influence on the flow of the world by means of just being who we are. I said that rather clearly, and that is completely out there, isn't it? And I mean, how would you measure such a thing? But that's it, you know. How would we find out if the realization that it is so, if it were so, would be so fucking impactful? It's not an isolated thing that you can just, well, that's so then interesting, let's investigate, but it would have such huge impact. So maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe mankind is collectively like pressing their faces against a window that they're not willing to look through, or maybe there's some kind of transparent wall of will of ourselves, of the collective of mankind, that mankind is pressing themselves against with higher and higher pressure until eventually we will break through with all the pain and suffering and bliss and insight and realization that will bring the apocalypse, the official part of the apocalypse, so to speak. Because the unofficial part, as I laid out a few times, I believe has already begun. We're getting so close to the understanding of how we should and shouldn't coexist, that everything is being called into question, even in the realm of the mind, but also in the way that mankind has been doing this for all throughout history, by means of experience, by manifestation, by figuring things out because they're happening. And currently we're trying, like, maybe abolishing country borders, completely idiotic to do that, but you know, and it's such things, such fundamental, ridiculously high-level things. And we will eventually, I believe, come to the true answer of how to coexist, and we will implement it, and then that's the end of it. That's the end of the beginning, and then we coexist. That will be the end of the beginning of history. And then life starts, really. That's really when it begins. That final phase, when things become manifested, official, forcing themselves into our lives, I welcome that when it happens, because I am ready. I just don't know if I'm completely delusional, because as long as I see manifestations, it's just a construct of mind, and who knows how fucking delusional I am. But if that happens, then that all these things will come into play with all their implications, and maybe that is because maybe that is then therefore a wall against which we are pressing ourselves until it has no choice but to break. Great. I wish I would change those tooltips. I want to see these build steps, even if they're currently applicable. I mean, even right now, I want to see what the other thing would be, you know? Or let's say this, the deconstruct, I no longer need to know, because I can do that now. It's yellow. And if I would construct and I would not have enough steer sheets, it would tell me that. But if I am constructing and I have all the tools, it should still tell me, and in both cases, it should also tell me how to deconstruct it. 90%. 2 plastic sheets. That's not beautiful. But it kind of fits. Also the sound, you know, in the morning. Okay, let's get into the living room. That fits. Yep. What ceiling will I have? Certainly a dark one. I mean, as in no windows. Should I use flat walls for a change? Yeah, let's use flat walls. And I will need more plastic sheets. Should have, at this point, maybe I should have an auto lathe right here, huh? And a locker, in case a storm comes. Because in a storm, I think things will not be damaged. So let's get some stuff. Expanding. Yeah, the emergence of consciousness in the universe. So, if we have a single... let's first talk about evolution. Of course, if somehow, and I have to say somehow, we don't know yet how abiogenesis works, you know, the emergence of the multiplication of the first life forms, we don't know yet how that works. There are some experiments, the Miller-Urey experiments, for example, which used lightning or high electricity, and some gas mixture, and then this actually formed some amino acids. So yeah, we are on the way. That's like 50 years old already, so we don't know yet. But we know evolution. There's no doubt about that. Evolution is fact. Doesn't change the fact that it will be a theory, like everything in science is always a theory, because science is doing what I am telling you to do. Science says we never want to believe. We want to progress. When you believe, you're stopping there. This is it. This is the truth. But science says we're getting closer to the truth, probably. But what we're doing here is just a step that we have found so far. Maybe it's wrong, maybe it's right, it's where we're at, and maybe we'll get further. But this is not the truth. That is the same thing that I expect everybody to do with their thought processes, you know? Auto lathe. And auto lathe needs some iron sheets. I would already try to bring some stuff. I mean, printing everything over there will become tedious. 50 plastic sheets, you don't say. Bring some steel sheets maybe? No. Iron sheets, I need to make some. Glass sheets, I have 35. A locker. So we start with single-celled organisms, and they keep mutating all over the place. And those who haven't yet understood ultimately how evolution works from a logical perspective is completely simple. I mean, there's random mutation. This means that when the simple multimolecular structure that catalyzes surrounding material for its own energetic benefit, and then is also able to catalyze material with the effect of creating a copy of itself, if we have that, then we will certainly also have copies that are not identical. And most of those will not be functional, but some of those will be functional. And suddenly we have two different beings, however close their difference might be. I guess the difference was more fundamental back then, because, I mean, a human looking different from another human, that's a minor change. But if it's only consisting of a few molecules, what does looking different then mean? So every change it back then was probably rather fundamental. Anyway, so in that now we have two beings. And if that keeps happening, we will certainly have multiple, and some of them will basically outbreed others, because they are procreating better, they're catalyzing the substances better, you know. And they make better use of the environment. And there will certainly also be some who will be able to propel themselves by some chemical means or by some mechanical means, by some shape that has emerged. The eye is what creationists say is too complex to emerge by itself, but it has emerged many times over evolution because it's rather simple to emerge. Really, the eye to emerge is simple. Here it goes. Let's say we have a cell that is reactive to light. And let's say that the body reacts to that cell. So the body could sense, there's light up there. Then it turns itself around and faces the ocean surface, basically, and that can also be survival relevant, therefore it's also something that is very likely to emerge, or to rather perpetuate itself. Sheets. Now, if there's a few generations, like many generations, there might be different shapes of skin where that cell is. And if there happens to be a concave form, like where you can pour coffee into it, you know, like a coffee cup, concave, then there will not be coming light to that sensor from all directions, but only from fewer directions, so it will now become informationally more relevant. I mean, if you have, for example, a convex shape, like a ball, and there's a cell that is protruding from that, it's kind of looking in all directions, so you can tell whether it's day or night, but you cannot see where the light is coming from. But if you have that on a flat surface, then you can tell that. And if that surface is now in a vessel, then you can tell even more clearly where that light is coming from. And so now we have the emergence of a shape of an eye. And that's the start. And then if there's see, I've said that in the previous or second to previous video, once nature has invented the thing, then it is not so unlikely that it will do the same thing again. That, like, the cell might be growing there, this connection to the nervous system might be there multiple times. And if it happens in such a concave shape, then suddenly we have peripheral vision. And we have orientation, like look to this direction or look to that direction, because you already know in which direction you have to look to see more clearly that direction. And that is not so hard to happen by random mutation all across the oceans, all across millions of years. Evolution is real, man. And if things become more complex, then yeah, that's... a whole tree emerges, and it has. We can prove that on many fronts. There's no doubt about that. Except the scientific doubt of this is a theory. And it works very well, and we can assume its fact has been proven beyond reasonable doubt, but it is a theory, and we will treat it as such. Where will the autolathe be? Well, maybe here in my living quarters, because maybe the whole world around me burns down. But I have an autolathe. And maybe I should also have an arc furnace while we're at it. But can I not print one with the autolathe? Maybe. Well, then I have all I need. Some resources, maybe. I have a locker that shouldn't be in here. In here there should be maybe a locker. What would be in this corner? Maybe it wasn't a good idea to make a box bed, but this one has a light in there and I like it. 90%. Okay, this is a killer battery for that fart of a light. Okay, now that we have all agreed upon that evolution is real, we have. And those who haven't, they just did. Or else. What? I'm trying. Whatever. We have, let's say we have a simple cell organism, which is very small. It can propel itself forwards and backwards, and it can sense whether there's acidic water around. And as acid would be bad for the being. It must not be too acidic. And so when the being senses there's acidic water, then it will propel itself in hopes that there will no longer be acidic water. This will already increase its probability of survival, even though often it might propel itself towards acidic water. But it might also do the opposite. And overall this should lead to an increase of the probability of survival. Then let's say that the being can sense this also on another cell of its body. Like I said, repetition is easy once nature has invented a thing in a body by genetics and such. Then the being can now maybe even sense where that acidity is coming from, or maybe it can develop some kind of storage cells that will remember that chemical impulse from that sensor, so that it can say, well, a second ago that acidity was not so high, but I'm swimming in that direction, meaning I should swim in the opposite direction. Now it gets interesting. If we have multiple such sensors and kind of decision circuits, we have a decision to make. Which one of these do we listen to? Okay, then let there be more nerve cells. More cells that react to the chemical statement of these structures. Which will then lead once again to hard-baked structures. This will not be a thought process. This will be nature thinking up a decision circuit. Like when I program something in IC10. I define the shape and it runs the impulses in the chemistry. And so if this though emerges in a more complex form, if it keeps folding itself inward, then this is a perception of reality, and this can then even decide dynamically which circuits to listen to right now, as there is acidity but the memory is not saying blah 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 blah, or it can decide to listen to different circuits. And this will then lead to better survival. And so those structures will keep emerging, will keep complexifying itself. Obviously, I'm talking about the emergence of a brain. And this brain can even reconfigure itself, or can rather reconfigure what it will do. It's becoming a free decision system. Isn't that interesting? And all that driven by the will not to die. The will, which is a chemical form, basically. It's interesting. It's I am in chemical form. And if you keep doing that, then we get the human being. That's just all it is. It's emergence steps. I mean, some of the things I just described, there was suddenly something new, even though the previous thing was just added another time and worked together, was wired together. The result was suddenly something emergent, like when you have one molecule of water. Is that a drop? How many molecules of water do you need for a drop? No matter how small it would be. See, that's the trick. Emergence is something that there's a Wikipedia article about emergence, then it's a concept and it's very important. Also, we look at boiling water. When water decides to actually leave the surface, that's an emergence step. And this emergence step from I am part of the liquid to no, I will fly away, this will take away energy. This decision that the water makes, a chemical decision, surely, but that's what's happening there. And this emergence step, see, emergence is important. An important concept, and in this way it is not so hard to understand that a cow is just like us, except less complex and therefore not emergent enough to develop language. I mean, a cow could come up with Morse code, moo, 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 right? But it doesn't. Why would it? And so forth. But I'm saying we are the same. We're just more complex, and that is how. But what happened here? At which point did consciousness come into play? I mean, if the circuitry looks at the other circuitry and makes a decision, okay, this circuit is saying this circuit is saying that, and it's just chemically reacting to that, where is the consciousness? There is none. So do we have consciousness or not? I certainly have fucking consciousness, man. You do have consciousness too. If you're still watching this video, at this point you have consciousness. Else maybe not. So where did that come in? You could say, well, maybe it's another emergence step. I don't think so, because we can observe having more or less consciousness, utilizing it or not utilizing it, or being a rather unconscious human being or one which is very conscious. So I believe that this emergence isn't at some point, it is all the way. And if that is so, then where is the consciousness really? Isn't already an atom reacting to another atom with nuclear forces already consciousness taking place? So is the universe not consciousness Lego? Is then not the universe probably a theistic creation? Which is not the conclusion that you have to come to, but I'm just saying that is how I believe consciousness emerged. I mean self-reflection. We need a ceiling. And we need an auto lathe. Where shall that be? Yep, this is good. There should be a window here, so you can look wherever there may be. And some other stuff. I mean, those who have actually listened to all the crap that I've been spouting will certainly have found something interesting at some point. Something they haven't thought of so far. Possibly some profound new concept, or they would think, nah, that's probably bullshit. But at least you find novelty here, right? Thoughts that haven't been had before. Thoughts that you haven't heard before. So like and subscribe. Yeah, I think this time I'm actually doing that. No! In reaction to this, I will now downvote you into oblivion with these 2 accounts I have and shouldn't. Believe me, YouTube knows you have 2. Anyway. So if now a storm comes, we can hold up. If I close this door, this will not be sufficient because this in here is not a room. Even if I put a roof over it, it is still world atmosphere. Man, I've never built this slowly, right? But I can't only do so many things at once. And someone will complain and I will just not react deeply because I feel justified in doing what I feel justified in doing. I feel justified in what I'm doing here. And therefore I must take all objections as factually false, and I must find out how they are factually false once I encounter them. So this is how I then operate. I will not say, hey, you asshole, you object, or now I ban you. That's bullshit. That's... anyway. I mean, I have enough other videos that are way more Stationeersy entertaining and more Stationeersy teaching-y. I, of course, made the mistake of calling this serious the way I did, which was a mistake. At the beginning it was good, yeah. The first 1, 2, maybe 3 videos, because I was really focused about telling people, hey, this game is super awesome, buy it and get people to buy it. But now it's just another playthrough and or another Rambleneers video of mine. And sorry about that, maybe I will at least give it some appropriate title. So, what do I want in here? I don't know, what the fuck, why am I here? This is ridiculous. A ceiling, yeah, I wanted more... Yeah, for that I have the auto lathe, I don't know if I can do it. I have the auto lathe. Somewhere. Over the rainbow. Blue birds fly. Birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? Oh, right. How's production coming along? 13 instead of 8, and nothing waiting in here. Okay. I haven't yet done the overpressure thing. Let's see what the pressure is. 51, okay. Battery. I have another hypothesis when it comes to games, which is that possibly simulations of reality are implicitly fun. Of course, many things about reality are not fun, and many things about this game would also not be fun had they not been gamified, I guess. But that's an experiment I want to do in the future when I am on this broader path and can make, you know, I can just sit down with my development team and such, which I don't have yet. I'm not saying I have one. And it's way too early to think about that. It's decades ahead. Definitely want to experiment, and I mean want to go so far as to make something that is just bluntly following a concept deeply, even if millions are being tossed out the window, because I will have those resources, and then explore what is it when we do not gamify it. What happens then? Can this still be made fun? Rocketworks certainly had to make some decisions, because the goal was, of course, to make it fun, and also the idea was they were inspired by Space Station 13. That's a 2D top-down view browser-based multiplayer, multi-user dungeon thing, where you also have complex things that you have to repair and such. I haven't played it, so I can't really speak about it, but it's super complex, or it's very complex, and there can also be saboteurs. There are all kinds of roleplay you can do together. That's what you can also do in this game, kind of already, but it's not really ready. In multiplayer, there are already people playing saboteur, but they're not welcome. They're called griefers, and I hate them. I mean, there are people who want to create something beautiful and want to have fun, and then someone has the completely understandable but still wrong fun to destroy it, playing with the other people as the dolls that are then necessarily the ones who suffer it. Not just necessarily so, but even as a target, because it's fun. Now they will, you know. I mean, see, if you don't have to be a psychopath to understand how someone could ever torture some other human being with all with all possible means for weeks or whatever. You don't have to be a psychopath to understand how someone could do such a thing. You don't. Because I do understand that, and I am not a psychopath. It's just not something I'd ever want to do, you know? But I can understand, because I can extrapolate, for example. See, people, they fear themselves. They fear what would happen if they let their mind go too much in this, that, or whatever direction, but I have no fear. I don't fear to get lost. I already did that one. I did that thing with the getting lost part. And then I was found by the paradox of logic. And since then, I believe that I cannot go insane, no matter what I do. Maybe that's wrong, but I'm certainly trying. So, large panel? No. Flat? Or should it be a window? Yeah, let's make it a window. Why did I take flat walls then? Dude, I need a wall. And on this side, a solid wall, because there's a locker. So I'm going about the building now in a certainly... Wait, that's the same kind of wall. In a much more realistic way. More deliberate, yes. The ceiling should then be the same thing once more. So are most people in my view evil? It's hard to say. Also, that's not really the way to look at it. I mean, I realized that I would live together just like everybody else does, if I didn't have this bizarre worldview. Which, of course, I myself don't deem bizarre, but that's beside the point. Because I believe it's the truth. And so, therefore, anything else would be bizarre, but not what I believe in, implicitly. How full are we of ourselves? 89. But from this perspective, I see when I deal with people, like I said, with respect and correctly and so forth. Also, I mean, they are basically dormant. They ought to wake up to what they are supposed to be, to who they really are. They are not intentionally evil, though there are people who are intentionally evil. But let's look at religion, for example. Someone born into religion, they are a victim of the memeplex. They basically have no choice but to believe it, and it's very hard to get out of that. But see, that's when someone gets COVID, for example, or some other illness. He said COVID. Next. Yeah, I also can't hear that shit anymore. Anyway, is that wall type 1? Okay, that's wall type 1. But anyway, it should be the other way around. God damn it. Why are they like this? Is this every second step is this way around? I have to find out. Never did this kind of building, so it's of course long. When someone gets an illness, an infectious illness from someone else, then they are a victim. And if they accidentally infect someone else with it, then that's an accident. Oh fuck. But if they then, and that's what religion does, right? It turns you into someone who preaches it. If they then go about intentionally infecting other people with that same virus, and you could say, yeah, of course they do, because the virus makes you do that. But then they are no longer innocent in my book, and then I want to quarantine them. I mean, I don't, like I said, I repeat once again for those who are skipping, and many do because the video is way too talky and too long. Oh, I can see the rotation right here. Like I said, I say that more legislation. I mean, let's say I were in power. What would I do? Nothing, I suppose, except I would put out the message with more force, as in, hey, here's the page, here's the thing. You know, then people would be interested in what I have to say, and there would be a platform. People could go there and look and read it, you know. And whether they adhere to it, that's a different story. But forcing them, that's not the way I would go, because I deem that wrong. I mean, thy will be done must be the way, and that must go from everybody to everybody, unconditionally. So that would otherwise then be a violation, so... I can't really tell how this is rotated. I mean, the stupid build ghosts, they are so... They're still too... They're insufficient. Oh, I see. They are symmetrical. Ah. So that's on the outside of both of these. Okay. So in the same way, I wouldn't then go about actually quarantining religious people. But I'm saying, in principle, that's what would have to happen. The infectious disease must be contained. And that's what that is. It's an infectious disease. Oh, right. We have these wall lights up. Maybe I should cable them up. Where is the cable? I cannot see it. What? Why is it not yellow in any place? What am I doing wrong? Where are the lights? I don't understand. Let's remove that. Huh, it's pointed to the bottom? Okay. But I cannot make a connection. Do these things not have a power connector?
Power
Oh, it's on the side. Oh, interesting. Who would have thunk that? Damn, I have to close this up. Oh, you can see here the build goes. On the right side is the power connection. Uh-huh. Doo-doo. Oh, we can even see it here. Ah, stupid me. Certainly want a computer in here and some control. I want to feel cozy, right? My living quarters, and I have a computer. I can program something. The lights are not bright enough. Let's go in there, program that. That's a good idea. So here I walk out the corridor around the corner. And this shall have the only padded walls, because it also makes it kind of stuffy, makes it cozy, like I'm wrapped in a blanket. And here there shall be normal corridor walls. What does normal mean though? The seating style maybe? Yeah, let's use those.
Health low.
Yeah. Yeah, let's put all the lights exactly into one of these thingies. So only where it should be, there shall be... then I need the padded ones again, don't I? Ah, crap. So, what padded variants do we have then? None, because I used all of them up. I would need an auto lathe. Oh, I have one, but not the materials and not the power. If I dismantle the dude and put it over here, then yeah. I don't know exactly how I will power this part yet, but I will just go and lay a cable and remove it later. This is going to be slow. I will probably also be doing some things in between videos. If you do all of this in between videos, you should go and watch another video. There are so many out there. The cosmos is vast. And here's where the wisdom is at home. I must say, apart from the fact that I do feel like it's a bit possibly boring for perceivers, for you, for me this is fun. Having fun designing this home from the ground up, well designed and all of that. That's fun. I should do that more. No, the videos will get more boring. If someone's still listening, could you make a suggestion in the comments as to what video you want to see? Like some 10-minute video about a certain thing and so forth. I mean, there are lots of videos out there yet, and for example, Chaos Are Evil has been at it for 7-8 years. He is one of the first ones who was with Stationeers. I don't know how long, but for a long time. And effectively, this is of course a competition. I'm not saying I'm trying to compete with Chaos Are Evil. I'm not saying that at all. And I'm also trying not to feel as if I'm trying to outdo someone or even at all reach someone else's level, because this would also not be fun for me. I would feel under pressure. I want to relax. I want to have fun. I meanwhile record and talk about shit that interests me. That's what I'm doing. However, in principle, is of course we are sharing a probability space. I would like my videos to be liked and watched. Not well. It would be awesome if this would skyrocket. But for example, if this would become a 10,000 subscriber channel, I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. You know, it's good that it's growing this slowly. But in principle, I would of course like it to grow. This implies that there will be viewers who spend time here. This implies that they don't spend their time elsewhere, and these videos of mine are fucking long. So they are wasting a lot of time here that they can't waste somewhere else. This implies a probability space, based upon the probability space that we all share, this is implicitly a competition. Though I don't want it to be one. But that regards all aspects of life. And I believe the reason that so many things in the world have become basically political is that mankind is waking up finally to the understanding that everything ever is political. It is, because everything ever affects everything else to some small degree. And that affects other people and the people at large. And so everything is political. Now, of course, if you can retreat with your decision making into a space that we have all accepted is okay, for example, I decide to buy something from the store and don't doubt that this is justified, then good. But in principle, everything is political. Isn't that so? And that is what, see, that's another sign of this apocalypse that I'm saying, that mankind is waking up to this total understanding of what coexistence shall and shall not be like. That's another indication right there. So am I stupid, or is this probably true? We want to make cables, not in here though, and I want to print some more. How many would I print if I did do so? 200 cables. No, can I make cables with this one also? Yeah, how much copper do we have in here? 7 grams. That's measured, so let's put some copper in there. This prints very slowly, I know, but I don't care. Because I'm not going to be waiting. Let's make 80 cables. Oh, and maybe drink something before I fall over dead. Before. And drink something, yeah. Maybe it's time to fetch these also. And the computer, yeah, that would be cool to have a foundation to do stuff. I always feel freed by having a computer to program. I mean, in this game, in reality, it's completely normal. I mean, at work, I'm sitting in front of a computer. At home, I'm sitting in front of the computer. I'm basically doing nothing else. You might think this is stupid, but hey, this is the life that I want to lead. So that's the life I lead. You do you, right? Also, I mean, let's look at it from the competition probability space perspective. By me sitting at home, playing my own games, retreating basically into the smallest space possible, not that this is my goal, I am becoming maximally compatible with the flow of the people out there. But if I would instead want to stand on a stage and do stuff, I would have to outcompete others who want to do so also. If I want to, I don't know, jog in some kind of jogging suit, then I would have to inflict the emotion on some people's minds that might be like, oh, you shouldn't walk around like that. And I'm not saying that opinion is right or wrong, but you would certainly have that effect on them. And so forth. So I'm being ultimately super compatible by not doing much with the world. I'm just playing here in the virtual world. So, yeah. And also, you know, I sleep with earplugs. I've been doing so for 20-ish years. Because, you know, I don't just want it dark when I sleep. I also want it fucking quiet, man. Did we really not have any small cables anymore? Or did I just toss them somewhere? I mean, extra ones, not the ones I'm printing here. And so the thing is, if Newton's third law applies to the mind in regards to reality directly, then the fact that I'm wearing earplugs will not just alleviate me from the problem that neighbors might make a sound or not, but also I am not inflicting myself upon the probability space, giving them more freedom. How much more loving can you get? Though that is a hypothesis, I'm not sure. Cables, yes. A computer. Do I not have one still? I have the board, yes, but a computer? No. No, not composter, computer. But that's the thing, the computer does set you free, because I said many times that our goal as a people is of course to free our will. We want to take as much space as possible. We want to paint the world with our fantasy. We don't want the world to be our fantasy, but we want to paint it with our fantasy. We want to shape it to our whim. And we have become more capable with that. And the computer is the most powerful tool so far that we have found, because you can sit in a 10,000 ton crane and control it with a few levers, which are of course then controlling some electronics, or microchip even, I don't know. Wait, only one computer? Oh no, what? You know, let's make another one. And you can program your washing machine even before you're at home. You can do that with a smartphone. We have achieved non-locality there. We have achieved, you can make the computer your servant, and programming is the next step. I mean, it's not the next step. Of course, it's the step that came prior, because how is all of that supposed to happen if you don't yet have a programmed device? Sure, I mean, the next step for the average person, that's what I mean. That you not just say, this shall happen at 10 o'clock, the lights shall turn on, but you write the programs that do that also. You might say, well, all necessary such programs have already been written, but I disagree. And I do so fervently. That's why I re-implement things that I have already seen in a better way. My reminder program, for example, if I want to make a reminder, well, let's just do that now. Okay, I switch to my reminder program. I click to make one, and where do I click? Well, anywhere, doesn't matter. It's a 2D pane with little dots next to which there's a one line of text. There's more text, but that's not visible here. It's only visible when I select it, and then will be big hover text. Anyway, many little dots, and I can arrange them in a two-dimensional area that I can also group, as in there will be a box around it that will be highlighted and named. So I click here. Now I have the create note box. Now I say, for example, pay Netflix or something that I have to come up with. Yeah, washing machine, of which of course already have a reminder, since I keep doing that often, and so I will just reactivate it. Now I've typed the text washing machine in the creation window. Now I drag a little button here and thus create a date and also change it in one move. Let go. And now in 3.7 hours it would be reminding me. I can even decide that it shall be unmissable, as in it will not just pop up and I click it away and it comes back in 5 minutes, or if I so choose, I will mute the whole thing for 15 minutes or half an hour or 3 hours even. But instead it will get into my face with an intransparent blinking omni window that is on all desktops, but that will not steal the focus and the keyboard focus, and it will come every minute. And now I click create, and that's it. So all I had to do is click, type a short reminder, click once again to drag the reminder, and then press enter or click again. And since that program is open all the time on my computer, because the programs that I use like this, like for example my text editor, which is ultimately IntelliJ IDEA, because you can open many documents, you know, just click left in the document tree and then I'm in a different topic. That's super awesome. Utilize. Yeah, since I have that open like that, that is how easy it is then for me on this machine here and also at the office. I introduced that software that I made there and it's already being used by 3 people overall. I don't think though that they're actually using it right. That's not my problem. I cannot force myself upon them. Computer. Right here in my sleeping room? I mean, that would be... I mean, actually, this is how it is in reality. I'm starting to play myself in the game. Yeah, I didn't know what to put here, so there could be a locker, there could be a rack with some books. There are no books yet, though. You can put up a table. There should be a table here with a chair. A table with a chair. On the table there should be tablet holders. The tablet holders should have, for example, this Wikipedia kind of thing that's also in the game. So you can pick that up and read it right away. And should there be a computer in here also? Maybe here in this corner. The chip can then be on the ground. Didn't I forget a little thing? Materials. Everything here shall be 1, data network-wise. An 88, aha. Okay, but it holds for quite a while. I was probably talking about some topic and left it incomplete, I'm sorry, I lost track. Oh, this should not be necessary for me to be able to see the build ghost. The blueprint. Interesting. Seconds before the song was fading out, I was thinking about the song. I have that often that I think, oh, I like this, and then it goes away. Which could be an early expression of actually the opposite of that happening in my life. Who knows? I don't deem things impossible until it has been shown so. Now, you might think this is a mind so open that the brain falls out, and that's actually what I did. And no, it didn't fall out. I just had to, like, reassemble it somewhat. But I did so and I don't regret it, because the outcome, I am fucking happy with that, man. Okay, I will flip this around. So I can debug stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I needed. And this should constantly be under load, so I will not later be suddenly surprised that there will be not enough power. So let's connect the lights then. Is this what it is? I think so. The light should now be turned onable. Oh right, there's no power yet. Okay, then turn this off again. Huh. I was kind of feeling that this statement or this decision would be good, but I thought, no, whatever. I don't really believe these things yet. That I have some kind of thought process that is beyond my conscious thought process, but I do. And this looks gruesome. But let's add some more and then see where this goes. Have you seen The Boys on Amazon Prime? Good stuff. Good entertainment. And very splattery. It's really for adults and they warn you before that. But splattery is just something that is something the show does again and again. And very well done. I mean, you haven't seen this good splatter stuff ever, I would say. Or at least it's world class. But that's not what it is about. The Boys is about a world, a parallel universe basically, but let's not use that, it's just a story. Stories are all parallel universes, aren't they? Though, yeah, not necessarily right. If it could fit in our world, then it is not parallel universe. But this one is. And in this world, people with superpowers are real, and they're assholes. That's basically the summary. And they have been... There's a big corporation behind them, and it starts with something I will not describe in detail, but let's just say someone gets good reason to be annoyed at these people, and then the journey starts. So this is basically our protagonist, which we accompany, not throughout the whole thing, there will also be other people, but that's the introductory point, and we will stay with them also. And the acting is top-notch, and everything about the show is top-notch. So, The Boys. If you indeed haven't yet heard of that, or indeed haven't yet decided to watch it, you should really do so. It's good stuff. And it's for adults. Which I assume you are. Wishful thinking, huh? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Well, 18 does not make an adult. Okay. What? Did I stop the production? Oh man, that was stupid. Must have been a reflex action while I was talking about other gibberish. Well, then let's just power produce some cables here. Still warm? Huh. Pressure 70. Why is the pressure 73 kilopascals? Maybe because I expanded a bit. I'm not sure, but I have had the impression sometimes as if the station is losing pressure. This one though is closed, has been for the whole time. This one is open, yeah, that's fine. But it's not yet in the realm of problematic, you know. So we get a better CO2 ratio in here, why not? 15%. Well, the plants, whether I harvest them or not, will keep converting that. So idiotically, I have an oxygen production plant in here, but since I also have a CO2 production plant, who cares? Let's deal with plants. Whenever I merge these, I also merge the damage. Oh great, now all of them are damaged, but I had no benefit. Perfect. Wait, how many do I have? 20 at 1, okay. Exactly 1 potato. Hilarious. Man, this thing's a beast when it comes to these small cables. Completely random thought, do you know the band Crowbar? I haven't listened to anything recent of them, only the stuff before the year 2000, but I mean the album Crowbar is just out of this world good. It's fucking awesome. It's grindcore metal music. But I mean, the more I listen to it, I mean I haven't done so in recent months, but still, the more I see how great this really is. Really good stuff. Maybe I should link. You know what? I will now write in my nice reminder program. Okay, we already have the time, 2.5 hours. Why not? That is, I guess, feasible. Crowbar video. Then trailer. What else did I talk about this video that I would like to show? That evolution video of the dude. And that's all I can think of right now. Done. Okay. I will now not forget. It cannot be forgotten. Well, I'm not sure. Do I have my spray can? I do. Why do I even need a spray can? I can just use the cable trick. Multitasking is really not my thing. I like to focus on one thing and throw my entire mind at it. That's also how I deal with people when I talk to someone. Normally. I mean, in most cases. There are different situations, but in principle.
On Soma FM.
I should put a wind turbine here or two, maybe. On the roof here? But that doesn't fly. They cannot be... Or can they be placed? I don't think so. Okay, I think we haven't heard this rotation before. Let's switch that. Yes, cows are evil and has some great videos up, but personally, and I hope this is not some part of me, some envy or some stupid notion of competition, which I would really find stupid in me speaking. I don't like the way in which he speaks. I guess that many people dislike the way in which I speak, like the German sound, or I don't know, sometimes too much like I know that, it's what can I do? See, I think I can at least be clearly understood when I pronounce clearly. But, and I'm not trying to shit on Kausai Evil or on his videos. That's not what's happening here. See, when I say something about Stationeers is wrong, even though I love the Rocketworks, I love Dean Hall, I love what they're doing, that's true. Even though, when things are wrong, and I deem them really wrong, stupidly wrong, then I will say so. So, cows are evil, good stuff, I guess. I haven't really watched them because I don't have the time, and also the more I would watch someone else's video, the more that would inevitably bleed into my own decision-making process. And I rather want to be an island, however deserted and stupid it might be, but then it's my island and not somehow a replication of someone else, and then I cannot come into a thought process where I think, I did this because of the other guy, or this is now a competition, but I did that better, or shit. No, I don't even know what's really on that channel. On his channel. So probably good stuff. I mean, it keeps getting quoted, keeps getting mentioned. So that's where you want to go when you want to find some good Stationeers videos. Phase change, for example, if you're looking for that. I heard that's good videos up there for that. But just one aspect that I don't like is the matter of speaking. You know, how he pronounces. This is not, dude, if the guy comes along and watches this, or someone shows him this, hey, you know what this guy said about you? like a true Twitterer or something, then that would of course be dumb. But anyway, if he would come along here and would listen to this, then I hope he understands that I'm just talking about that one aspect, and that I'm also not saying he is bad in this regard and I am awesome instead. No, I am also somewhat fucked up when it comes to the pronunciation. In his case, it's not pronunciation, is how clearly he speaks. In my case, it's the opposite, I guess. And, see? Okay, I've said enough. If anyone finds a problem in anything I have just said, then they are not fit for the coexistence. Because nothing I said there was in any way coexistence incompatible. And if anyone finds something kind of, if that feels wrong, feels weird and so forth, then they must take that as an opportunity to analyze themselves and try to find out why that is so. That reminds me of another thing. Let's say, see, I have a brother, and my mother often calls me his name, or calls my name. But not seriously, not like an actual confusion, but just like I, 4 minutes ago, made a sentence and then I confused some words, but just kept going, you know? She, like in this way, where you kind of know better, but you do it wrong anyway. And these little quirks, something like that, like when someone, for example, disproportionately says maybe, or because even when it's not applicable, or any such things, then you should try to nail that down, try to expunge that. Why? Because there's a mechanism within you, in your mind, and your mind is a whole, it's a oneness. You are basically a circle, only in this moment you're not, or maybe no one is really a circle, I'm just trying to be one, and I'm trying to tell everybody to try to become the circle. Try to become the light that sees itself. Anyway, and in this is a oneness. And if you manage to iron that out, then you might not know what the underlying cause was. But you will certainly exert a force of order in the opposite direction. There was disorder that caused this. Now you're exerting a force of order that forces in the opposite direction, touches whatever the reason was, and maybe helps instill some kind of order in your system. So that is one way in which you can clean yourself up. Even if you can't see all the underlying things. That is certainly something that should be achieved, or should be strived for. Mach mal einen Punkt. Nee. Can I carry this? No. I haven't yet cabled these up. And I don't know how old the account Cows Are Evil really is, but and what the idea was and why cows are evil. What's the idea? I don't know. But I mean, if someone would now make a Stationeers account that is sufficiently good, and that's tricky, then they could call themselves Cowls Are Evil, like Pipe Cowl. Well, they would certainly make a name for themselves quickly. Let it be a good one. You know, should I re-upload my stuff on, you know, the good stuff under that? No, that's stupid. I don't feel that would be right, so I don't do it. So let's turn on all these foundational lights here, and what's with tweeting here? And turn off this, and turn off my flashlight, and see what that looks like. Maybe I should close that floor. I mean, okay, United States, President Biden, do you not think that the one at the top who holds all the threads together, and make no mistake, someone in that position of power, is also submitted to many of these threads? When you connect lots of threads to your fingers so that you have more power over the world, these threads are also pulling on your fingers. It's a bidirectional situation. Biden, a bidirectional connection. In this situation, we'd certainly have a Newton's third law relationship. But the thing is, if you're in that position, you certainly should be the most capable of all of us. And if you can tell me with a straight face that Biden seems to you seems to be one of that, you know, one who is basically a top-notch human being when it comes to capabilities, to decision making. If you really believe that, instead of realizing that he's only a sock puppet, which is all he can possibly be, because he doesn't have his wits together. Everybody fucking sees that. And all that child hair sniffing, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, that's statistically significant. And then him talking, there's a video, if you haven't seen that yet, it's real, it's real. Where he, I mean, okay, from all my knowledge, is real, I've been knowing it for years. It has not been debunked, nothing. Not to my knowledge. So if it's not real, I'm sorry. He's standing among some, I think he's in Africa or something, or in India, talking to some indigenous children, and he's talking to them, for example, that when he's sitting in the swimming pool, and then the hairs on his leg, how they move, and then the children, they strike along those hairs on his leg, you know, which is playful. I can understand that. I can also understand why someone would talk about that, but in public as a political figure maybe. But then he's saying, and children sitting in his lap, and he loves children sitting in his lap. And I mean, if that doesn't sound creepy to you, doesn't mean that he is a creep. But dude, doesn't he have any fucking self-reflection? And that's the guy you elect as the leader of the free world, as the representative of 300 million people, of the representative of the most advanced nation of civilization in history. That is whom you elect? Are you fucking bonkers? Yes, you fucking are. I don't care how many viewers I lose by this. I am convinced of this. This is true. Anyway, so let's look at the lights. The remaining viewers, let's look at the lights. Okay, the shadow casting down here is bullshit. That shouldn't be. If I turn this on, then it will be weaker, but still be fucking hurtful. How about this then? It's still too... Man, I don't like this. I will of course keep them now. Yeah, it can be seen as a decoration of the floor then maybe. But let's turn all of them off. Alright, let's go to bed and see what that looks like. Okay, I'm in bed with my... What the fuck am I doing with this thing? Don't cut it off. Okay, that's what that looks like then. Let's turn everything off but the one behind the bed. Oh. It's useless. There's no light coming from it whatsoever. Oh. Yeah, well, the game doesn't have global illumination. Global illumination is a term that refers to the reflection of light. When this light would be reflected to this wall, which in turn reflects it again, and if the wall is red, then the reflection from here will be reddish, and so forth. In ray tracing, in computer animations, that's completely normal, but in 3D games, that's rather rare. And there's also a game that I would like to make, one that goes light on textures and all of that stuff, but has a rather realistic light flow rendering. And only black and white, and so only some things emphasized in color, you know.
Hunger, caution.
You might think that's boring, but I mean, look at this game. If you really look at the graphics, they're kind of rough, aren't they? But, I mean, they represent what they're supposed to represent. They do so very well. And in some situations, they also look rather beautiful. But I'm saying, ultimately, you will look at this thing with your mind. You will look at the meanings, and the light flow will be beautiful. So this can be turned off and doesn't have to be turned on. We could write a program now. Can we? No, we cannot. Okay. That out of the way. Now I should finally put up these walls here. I wanted some padded walls that I wanted to print, for which I would need the autolathe, for which I would need the resources, and none of that I have right now. So let's get them. Slowest building video ever. This may be a bit much, but whatever. So how much iron do we have? 500 and 200. Let's take the two of these. Some steel also. I have enough steel, so why not? And what else is new? Copper. Well, let's take this copper. So what walls should those be? I would say padded walls. One padded wall here. I don't know what next exactly, but one padded wall here that shines along the corridor with its light. Well, the ones at the bottom, I don't like them. The seating would have the same problem. Let's use the one in the middle then. And fit the appropriate light. Do I have lights still? I think so, otherwise I can print them with the auto lathe. Because it can also print... Oh, never mind. Yep, that's the right one. No, I will just keep this safe contained. I will just go around the corner here with the cable. Oh, the light is in the way. The game is basically saying, see the light? Yeah, that would have been cool to put the cable exactly below the black thing here. Maybe I should do that. So I can see through the floor, effectively. And the cable is even black. 84%. The nuclear battery is like, what? There's a light is on? Well, I don't... Battery charger. Can we make one with this thing? I don't think so. Nope, we can't. I wonder if I should make the other manufacturers also, but this is not supposed to become a manufacturing hall. But this could then be in another room. That would be interesting. You have to go into the respective room then. Over there I have everything in one, lumped together. Here I could have an electronics workshop, though I don't know exactly where that should be. Should I maybe make the electronics printer right here? I mean, that would fit. The chips here on the wall. Yeah, of course. So let's make one. Can I make the arc furnace here? Yep, okay. So these are the fundamental things that you will need at game start. The arc furnace and the auto lathe. Just wanted to see if I have everything, basically. Electronics printer. Gold. Damn. What are the plants doing? $13 as before. 1. Aha, something happened. And I am in here because... gold, right. Why am I looking for gold here? Oh, see, the overpressure door just opened.
Low.
And now we know...
Pressure critical.
Now we know
Oxygen critical.
why the station pressure is so low here, because during the pump events, the pressure is so high that the sensor over there reacts instead of waiting until everything has evened out. And that's the reason then that we are losing pressure. Okay. Oh, this thing was on the whole time. No wonder we had too high station pressure. But nothing bad happened, because we have an automatism that alleviates the pressure. Yes! Haha. Best game ever. Maybe I should keep the title. So more people watch this video and become wiser and better persons. Wouldn't that be something? Huh. Gold. How did this happen? Uh-huh. How many potatoes do I need? I am building a space station on a planet. What are they? What are those called? I mean, it's not a space station, is it? Did I just see? Oh, yeah, that was right. Okay, yeah. I was cycling that. This was pumped to the outside. All is well.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
Yeah, well, I hope that will work some more on the immediate experience, some vignette or whatever when you're experiencing pain. I've also thought about, for example, maybe not in this game, but in principle, you could also show images overlaid over the screen of someone's skin having been peeled off or burned or whatever. I mean, that's of course should be optional, but I'm saying that this would lead you with an emotional impression. And would possibly also be something where you think, I don't want to see that, so we try to avoid those experiences, making it widening the too narrow interface that we have. See, that's what I'm saying. Ouch. And I see it coming. Should this be a window? No. This is private stuff. I feel private when I'm coming out of here. Should be a closed wall. Like this maybe? Or a flat wall. I will use a flat wall. I will only use these walls when there's an actual light there. So what do we need? This. Horizontal or vertical? I would say horizontal, so it doesn't feel like walk, stop. There's the line here. But instead, go. Ah, I don't have these things anymore. Maybe some switches or all switches should have a nightlight option. Like the switch itself is lit very dimly, which will cost you a minimal amount of energy, though minimal amount is 1 watt, I believe, and 1 watt constantly, I'm not sure if I want to invest that. So they can find the switch in the dark. I will take a screenshot of the dark switch and suggest it. Same ceiling, I would say, and the same orientation as in the room. Yeah, but... Yeah, the tool handling I kind of like, but it must be improved. It must be hotkeyed or something like it. That must happen, period. This is not an option. We could make a room that has tons of lights all around the walls and hide tons of proximity sensors, and you walk through it and it will always be lit where you are, you know. That would be a fun thing, but not now. Nope, 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 no. Here, I think it would make sense to have a window. Though then you can still be seen through the window. No, not necessarily. If there's no diagonal visible line here. Line of sight. How long is this stupid video? 5 hours already! That's 5 hours more than I should have made. Everybody agrees, yes, yes. Why are you still watching? So glass to see through, wall of chips maybe, I guess. Manufactory right here for electronic stuff next to the battery, which is the buffer for the room. That is not too close. Oh. Again, if a tool comes from here and I double click it into this slot or this other slot, double click again, it will go back there. But if I drag it over there, then there will be no remembered source spot, and then it should actually end up here. I don't know why it does it differently from my experience in the previous or second to previous video where I explicitly showed this. So basically the rules are so complex that you cannot actually achieve expectable behavior, therefore the rules are bad. So what did I want to print? Lights? I don't remember. Huh. Oh yes, haha, a battery charger. The universe like wink, 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 look here. So the battery charger takes what? Iron, gold, copper. This Omni stacker though, where would it be? This is supposed to be my living quarters. A stacker in here? Really? But out here in the corridor is also dumb. Walking back and forth the whole time. In here, not in the electronics room. Okay, let's put it in the living quarters then. Well, maybe that is even a good idea. That might save me one step. They can be placed like this? I had no clue. You can place them vertically. Huh. New perspective. No, that was the unloader. The stacker cannot be placed like this. But the unloader. Is this a bug? I mean, it's cool that it can be placed like this, but I will ask the question if they meant this to be. Stacker? And then it should spit out exactly into that opening, is what she said. So where's the cable? Oh, low gravity. No room yet. Oh. Okay, let's put lots of copper. Done. How much? I'm so used to the convenience. I have to do this manually. Ridiculous. Yeah, that worked. But, how will I get the rest out? Ah, okay, you cannot do this. You cannot grab it fast enough. Shite. Well, then I have to place it one further away. Will that still work? Maybe it works if I place a pipe on the ground, which will elevate the situation, but might give me enough time to do it regardless. The Cerulean playthrough, I have built some, I don't know if I've shown that yet, it's not awesome, but I built a construct of pipes where something will then just slowly seep down to the inlet of the centrifuge. But then I can just toss my ores there. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Now I have to do that again. A change of channel was recommended. Give me that, it's mine. Where is it? Here. Or something else, maybe. Where's the copper? Hey, wait a minute. Right, okay, all is well. So first you go in. That would even work, man. And you go in. And I catch you in time. Haha! Sweet. But this will not work once there's a room. Well, maybe then the pipes will work. 98. 50 then. Oh man. Generations will report on this. And iron, I guess. 200 again. Fuck my life. ha ha. Generations are no longer astonished, it's now normal. Some steel maybe, while we're at it? 200? Actually, then I would rather choose 300, because this would be the foundation of my stacking efforts when I have other manufactories later. But maybe I could just stand here when I click this. Yeah, of course. Stupid me. Okay, this is kind of suicidal music. Let's do something else. Yeah, it's better. Very much better. So, 200 or 300? How much iron steel is now in here? 300. Okay, hit me. Make that 200.
Listener supported, commercial free, internet radio, Groove Salad from Soma FM.
Ah, shit. Of course, it was a bit too short. Battery charger. Eventually there needs to be power here from main. And I don't know where exactly to cable that yet. I don't want to lead another cable from... Or do I? I mean... What shall the power situation be like? I could say this entire section has one power network, but this will soon prove to be just too expansive. And I now have this subsection here, which is the habitat. I think this should have its own power, and therefore we'd have to lead the entire cable stuff over here. Here would be then possibly another station battery in some corner. Maybe here. Station batteries in every room. That sounds like overkill, and I like it. Wait, station battery? My god. Uh-oh. If it's not in tracker mode, I will not get a storm warning. That's how I intentionally developed it. So that station battery would be here, and this would be the outside, so it would make sense to guide the cable right here into the air. We can already start with that, I think. And I should be out of cables very soon. this is well placed. Could put two next to each other, not that I plan to, but plans change. That's adjacent-ish. Yeah, I mean, two would fit. So I would just choose to put this thing as far in the corner here as I can. The rest emerges. So I have done this for nothing. Okay. Where might my... Oh, there they are. Now we need also a transformer. Do we? The battery will be the transformer. No, it won't be. The battery will only supply as much power as I want. So I would have to have a transformer. But I also will need cables. We have two of these. Good. Oh, we don't have two of these. Less good than I thought it would be. Maybe 23 is enough. Ah, fuck it. Let's take all. Why did I print them, if not to use them? In other words, can we print more, reasonably? But first a transformer. Actually, multiple. Transformer small. It takes iron, gold, copper. Yep. Rather cheap, these things. Cool. So that's an early game item. Ah. It looks like the power is out, huh? Me with the flashlight. Well, it is. It's turned off. Stack 100? Yeah. What just happened? $36 copper, so that would be 70 heavy cables. I think that's reasonable, let's do that. I have to go mining anyway at some point. Not in this video, for sure. Probably between videos. So slightly less groan-inducing talk then. Or slightly less growth-inducing talk? Huh? Oh, I already did that. Oh, wait a minute. If I connect this to the other ones, I will have the problem again. I need another transformer. Dude. I mean, how big the transformer is? I wonder if I should just place both transformers right next to it. This would be more beautiful. I mean, how many station batteries do I need? I can add another one on top of that, and ultimately there are many station batteries around. So I would put this transformer right next to this thing. Don't tell me. Could I have left the cable up? Fuck. Hey, wait, this means I can use a weak one here, because I'm using a small transformer. Hilarious. Isn't it? It is. What am I doing? This is the input. Yeah, this, okay. It can draw with full 5000 watts, no problem. I mean, of course, I could make it slower, so it would trickle down here, and the battery would fill slowly, instead of sucking everything else dry. But I think we have enough power to that this decision is more reasonable. So that's the input. And then we have the output, which goes... Well, it doesn't have to be a strong cable, right? Or does it? I think the transformer itself also consumes power, and so if I actually draw 5000, the cable might blow as a thin one. I'm not sure, I've never tested that thoroughly. Good thing I made several. That should work. Yeah, let's do that. Yep, I could have left the cable up. Or could I? I mean, I think it's one closer now. Goes through the wall. Is that what I want? Well, what kind of wall would it be? Transparent or not? Let's say non-transparent. And then this is the right choice, so it doesn't get in the way of the other windows. Like I said, at some point the flags that I planted might get in the way of the station building. So, let's turn this bitch on. Then we can cut this power cable, and we should. Else less fun is to be had. I mean, it's less fun to be had people than, you know, than people might think. So, I mean, I don't know what to talk about right now. Maybe I shouldn't talk then at all, but I'm saying that I have no interesting wise everyday topic on my plate right now. So let me just talk about my view of the theistic universe once more. Do I have the cable battery charger? Yes. Where shall it be? Also in this room, definitely. How? This could be just the place. And it slowly glides over. Nah, I don't know. Well, I had a thought when I started with this sentence. Which thought was that? Yes, the universe, in my view, is a mirror. How does that work? Well, let's say you are a circle of perception. I mean, you're seeing your legs. I'm not saying with your eyes. I'm once again talking about the inner perception. Like, I perceive, therefore I am. So you perceive your legs, but you're also controlling them. So that's kind of a circle. You're feeling them, but you're also controlling what you feel there, you know? Alright, the connection needs to be made still. Ah, crap. That would have been the place for the cable. But then again, this is an electronics center here. So I think it's acceptable. Ah, then the cable's in the way. Ah, that's unbeautiful. No. Right. So this cable needs to make sure that it's connected with all the rest here. And if I hadn't put the stupid battery charger there, that would have worked. The battery charger, though, might serve a good purpose in that place. Now it cannot. Or should I just rotate it? Does it still then serve the purpose? I don't think so. Oh, but let's try that. Super zip compressed building.
Air tank low.
Thanks for the warning, I would have forgotten. But there's oxygen right here, right? I can just open my... no. I'm still on the moon of Jupiter. I mean, the one moon of Jupiter that they implemented. So, in my opinion, the universe is a mirror. How so? Well, you are a circle of perception. And I believe you are that in the flesh, which God was before he said, you know what, let's be multiple. Which is not what he said. The plan is different, it's about energy. It is about... see, when God wakes up from one of his dreams, then that is the waking up to I am. And for... the I am experience is the ultimate experience. Hello. Ultimate experience. It's like the total orgasm of existence, so to speak. And so when... if you have to think of God, basically, I mean, you can imagine him to be a circle. Energy, basically perception, the energy of perception that is looking at itself. How is it looking at itself? It's going in a circle. That's for how it's looking at itself. And from its inner perception, that's just a straight line. And it's just I am, because I perceive that I am, that I am, that I am, blah, 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 you know. And if he then enters a dream by means of muscle move, by moving the muscles of this perception, then he will, this will become a circular oscilloscope, you know, like a sinus curve, like an oscilloscope. You know how those look like, except in the form of a circle. And that's the soul. That's how I believe. That's what I believe the soul looks like. So this is wired up. Yep. So we can now recharge the batteries of these dudes. And if he would give rebirth within himself, again, I mean, okay, how does this work? See, a lot of, I mean, we're talking the highest level. Annoying right now. Okay, we're talking the highest level abstraction set here. The highest level, the highest set that contains all other sets. Obviously, this means that we have to be precise, and obviously this means that if there are open questions, then, well, there would be many open questions in regards to what I'm saying there. Most people would say, why would you even believe such a thing? Well, because, well, because as opposed to 4 billion other fucking idiots, I mean, I know we're 8 billion people, but the theists, the Christians and Muslims, I have actually thought about God. Instead of just, I don't think that I'm violating him by besmirching him with my dirty thoughts. Instead, I am trying to understand him. And I think that's what he wants. Or what he would want. I mean, technically I believe he doesn't exist, because he's now us. Anyway, if you would take everything away from a being, the only thing that would have to remain so that it could be a creator God would be this living dream circle. The dreams itself, and when it's not actually dreaming, it's just, I am. And that's also what they say about God. God, I am that I am. But in this case, it's even the causal that, I am so that I am, so that I am, I am. So like when I said before, existence might be an action, a process, and not just a state. So the light sees itself, and so it is. And it cannot not do so. It's eternal, it's immortal. So that would then be looking at himself. Why would the universe that he would make out of himself then be a mirror? Because, and how would it be a mirror? Well, I'm talking karma, baby. I'm talking clean yourself up. The universe will eventually show you yourself. And the universe, as you know, there's your body, your bones, your cells, your flesh, your emotions, your thoughts, your dreams, the reality that you experience, the situations in which you find yourself, the food that you eat, whether or not it has worms in them, all of that, that is the mirror that you will eventually have to look into. And then you will see karma is real. And it works like you are inside a laser amplifier thing, in which you can amplify your bliss and the bliss of the world. You are the light, but now you are the multi instance configuration, and the world is the system that makes this possible. And we can go into how that came to be or whatever, but that is, I believe, what this is. And therefore, eventually, I mean, I'm saying, see, okay, let's assume the following. Let's assume a non-theistic background. Let's assume that skepticism is the way to go. That we don't have any false beliefs in our heads. That we only have true beliefs. In other words, we only scientific in our minds. That we dismiss our beliefs in something that happens to be there. Well, that's done what you operate with, like science does. But something better might come along, and you don't preclude that possibility by saying this is the answer. No, you are a tool of science in for yourself, and you're trying to be as truthful as possible. Let's assume that is a good way, and let's assume also that this is the only way for society to ultimately achieve some kind of proper coexistence without wars and all of that. So, with that in mind, this implies that the golden rule, as so far implemented, can no longer be implemented as such, and instead has to be transformed into a "thy will be done," for you cannot be absolutely certain whether the other wants or doesn't want what you do or don't do. I mean, we don't want to all be lumped together in a certain system so that certain behavior is certainly right and certain other behavior is certainly wrong. We want to be free, and we shall be free. But this means that we have to let each other be free. This also implies that you should strive for non-attachment. Like, imagine your computer would burn down and your entire house and all the backups that you have. Try to accept that. I mean, try to work against it. As in, well, then I will also have an offset backup. Nothing wrong with that. Then I will have a fire extinguisher. Nothing wrong with that, and so forth. But befriend the thought it might happen. That you would have to... I mean, it's basically kind of an American kind of thinking, United States, land of the free, where you can work yourself into the life, theoretically, if you just put your fucking heart behind it, And that's that kind of thing. It burns down, I rebuild. And I mean, as in, I'm not saying you should be indifferent. Of course, I appreciate my computer here and the backups that I have here and offsite, encrypted, of course. But no, not online, on disks. Not online. But you should be okay with it not being there. You should also be okay with your wife or your girlfriend leaving you. You should be okay with losing your child. See, that's the thing. You can love someone abundantly, but simultaneously be capable of losing them. Both is possible. And certainly being capable of both makes you a greater being than only being capable of one of these two things. So become yourself. Anyway, non-attachment. Skepticism, the mirror. If it is impossible for us ultimately to judge other people, because we cannot be absolutely certain whether we are not currently violating the holiness of their mind by our not 100% correct judgment, which we want to force upon them. If that is where we ultimately headed, and I believe we are, then this means there will not be a judge that fixes the world. We will be the victims of the demons, and we already are we not? The corrupt politicians who abuse their power, I mean, even if they keep it kind of within reason, they're still on a very high abstraction level, so what they deem within reason is still causing a ginormous fuck ton of damage, because they are casting their shadows from above us in front of the sun, casting a very large shadow with their abuse. Yeah, I have a full locker full of this shit. Anyway, how will we get rid of those then? If the ultimate way to truly to be truthful is to be skeptical and therefore not to be able to judge others, not to be able to physically force them, what if that is upon us? And I believe it is. Then this would imply that there must be an outside source that helps us, else we are fucked. And I believe this outside source will plain simply be the fact that the universe that we will be aligned within the mirror, that the damage that, for example, the religious people who are parasiting their happiness from the rest of the world by their insanity, their collective insanity, will be forced to face the music of their own. You will no longer be pushing down someone else's hand on the hot plate and enjoy the smell or whatever, but you will feel the pain yourself. And I believe that is what's upon us eventually. And that is then the mirror being aligned, everybody seeing their own lightness or darkness. And that will then be the judge. You will be God who punishes yourself in purgatory, because you will be the light looking into the mirror. I mean, imagine you were God himself. Imagine that for a moment. The supreme being, the most just, rightful and truthful one. And you remember that last week you took someone else's food out of the fridge at work because you just fucking wanted it. I mean, this is of course a minor crime. I could have come up with something harder, of course, but let's stick with this now. You would now feel guilty. You would now think, fuck, why did I do that? That was wrong. Why would I ever do something that is not perfect? This was wrong. This would hurt you. But this right now is on the emotional, mental, God level perspective. You are not on that level. And I am probably also not on that level. We should strive to be on that level, but we are not there. This means that the mirror that we will be looking into will not look at us by means of we just seeing the truth. It will be reality casting the truth at us by means of experiences. And I would say that those are generally less pleasant, like a broken leg and all that stuff, than you facing some emotional turmoil. That is, I think, is ahead of us. We are facing the apocalypse. We are facing the apocalypse is a Greek for revelation. It doesn't mean the end of the world. It means revelation. The truth will be revealed. And so you, that's my belief at least, you will see the truth and you will clean yourself up. And we will live in the perfect society, and this will be heaven. And once we are all collectively, everybody being a laser, casting our light into the world and dwelling on the fact that we're doing so, not just dwelling on the light that comes towards us. The world will be full of infinite light, ever increasing for eternity, and you will not ever die. Never. And nothing will ever happen to you that's bad. That is upon you. That is, I believe, what is upon you, and upon me, and upon everybody. The question is when. Maybe we will not experience it, but I think it will come. Yeah, that's it. The universe is a mirror, is my opinion. Why would I think so? Well, if God is in a circle and dreams before the universe, then he sees basically the shape that he has and experiences it basically from within. Because every such shape, every such dent in the oscilloscope, of course, imbues some kind of experience, some color, some feeling, some who knows what the fuck, you know? I mean, that would be dreaming on existence level. I mean, if that level of dreaming can create atoms, then you can assume that that level of dreaming is also rather profound. Anyway, that would then be him having to face the music that he is. Therefore, he would choose motions that he knows are good. We, the humans, the human version manifestation of God, not yet really looking clearly into the mirror, often have chosen not that, but we will eventually turn into the wind of our own circle, and then we will have to dream that dream. Then we will see that truth. And that will be our full experience, mind, body, outside, reality, people, how they look at us, all of that. That will be the circle in which we find ourselves. And so, yeah, you better clean yourself up, as reality will force you in ways that you will not enjoy. You will burn in the fire of purgatory. So why would it be a mirror? Because like before, he was basically a mirror here when he was experiencing himself. When he's casting the light away from himself, which is basically what's happening when he's starting from the I am state into a dream. So it's no longer a circle. Now he's creating these dents. He's beginning to sing, so to speak. There's an effort. There's the creation of form, the creation of energy. The universe is that to the ultimate extreme, where he can no longer take back the form that he has made. Where there will, that's my position at least, at some point one of us will wake up to the degree that he realizes, I am God and all of this is just the light cast away from me. This is a dream that I'm projecting with my will, and now I have to make it real by submitting my will to it, by exposing myself to it unconditionally. Anyway, that is also maybe why the word apocalypse is being confused to also mean destruction of the world, because there will be a moment of kind of both. Will I keep the world or will I destroy it? He would of course keep it, because that means the fucking plan, but in principle it's getting so close to that. So he would be casting the light away from him until he can cast it away no further, which means that he has no longer control over what the light is doing. And because, I mean, if he cannot prevent the light from coming back to him, then he has done what he can. Nothing more can be done. But this means he has found the outer boundaries of his mind. And then he has found reality and created it in the same breath. And this will then be a mirror within which he finds himself. And I believe that is us. Yeah, I mentioned at some point I'm also an author. This here, I don't know, should this be an airlock? That is an airlock. I don't know, I will just put some normal door here for now. Where was that again? Interior doors. The same doors everywhere or some different ones? Oh, we have padded doors also, For me, huh? Then we have the glass. Oh, interior door glass is also there. I didn't know that. That's good. I assume it needs glass and also stuff. No? Then it needs steel, maybe? No? Oh, only glass? You cheap shit. Well, there has to be another wall here then, so it doesn't look so ugly. So, what is the nuclear battery doing? 66%. What am I even doing here? This goes into... So that has not yet been connected with the rest. Geometric wall, please. Well, I don't know where I will place stuff in here. Oh, that was the wrong one. Shit. So I don't know
Hydration critical.
where exactly they need to be placed. But I will just make assumptions and then... straight. Then the corner. Ah, fuck. Oh man, that is an oversight. Oh. Oh. That sucks. I cannot get it to the left here. There is no... Or is there? Well, there's at least the T. But that's not what I wanted, man. The straight? I know that it exists. Crap. Well, let's just assume that at this point I'm awake enough to know the direction. Steel then. Was it steel? I think so. I think I feel a bit powered out and I want to stop this video now. But let's first turn these thingies on again for a nice goodbye picture. Okay, that's it for today.